Question 36 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 36 of the causes of sorrow or pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether sorrow is caused by the loss of a good, or rather by the presence of an evil. Second, whether desire is a cause of sorrow. Third, whether the craving for unity is a cause of sorrow. Fourth, whether an irresistible power is a cause of sorrow. First article, whether sorrow is caused by the loss of good or by the presence of evil. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is caused by the loss of a good rather than by the presence of an evil. For Augustine says, in his On the 8 Questions of Dulcitius, question 1, that sorrow is caused by the loss of temporal goods. Therefore, in like manner, every sorrow is caused by the loss of some good. Objection 2. Further, it was said above, in question 35, Article 4, that sorrow, which is contrary to a pleasure, has the same object as that pleasure. But the object of pleasure is good, as stated above in question 23, Article 4, as well as in question 31, Article 1, and question 35, Article 3. Therefore, sorrow is caused chiefly by the loss of good. Objection 3. Further, according to Augustine, On the City of God 14, 7, 9, love is the cause of sorrow, as of the other emotions of the soul. But the object of love is good. Therefore, pain or sorrow is felt for the loss of good rather than for an evil that is present. On the contrary, Damascene says On the True Faith 2:12 that the dreaded evil gives rise to fear. The present evil is the cause of sorrow. I answer that, if privations, as considered by the mind, were what they are in reality, this question would seem to be of no importance. For as stated in the first part, question 14, Article 10, as well as question 48, Article 3, evil is the privation of good, and privation is in reality nothing else than the lack of the contrary habit, so that, in this respect, to sorrow for the loss of good would be the same as to sorrow for the presence of evil. But sorrow is a movement of the appetite in consequence of an apprehension, and even a privation, as apprehended, has the aspect of a being, wherefore it is called a being of reason. And in this way evil, being a privation, is regarded as a contrary. Accordingly, so far as the movement of the appetite is concerned, it makes a difference which of the two it regards chiefly, the present evil or the good which is lost. Again, since the movement of the animal appetite holds the same place in the actions of the soul as natural movement in natural things, the truth of the matter is to be found by considering natural movements. For if, in natural movements, we observe those of approach and withdrawal, approach is of itself directed to something suitable to nature, while withdrawal is of itself directed to something contrary to nature. Thus a heavy body, of itself, withdraws from a higher place and approaches naturally to a lower place. But if we consider the cause of both these movements, notably gravity, then gravity itself inclines towards the lower place more than it withdraws from the higher place, since withdrawal from the latter is the reason for its downward tendency. Accordingly, since in the movements of the appetite, sorrow is a kind of flight or withdrawal, while pleasure is a kind of pursuit or approach, just as pleasure regards first the good possessed as its proper object, so sorrow regards the evil that is present. On the other hand, love, which is the cause of pleasure and sorrow, regards good rather than evil, and therefore, forasmuch as the object is the cause of a passion, the present evil is more properly the cause of sorrow or pain than the good which is lost. Reply to Obj. 1. The loss itself of good is apprehended as an evil, just as the loss of evil is apprehended as a good, and in this sense Augustine says that pain results from the loss of temporal goods. Reply to Obj. 2. Pleasure and its contrary pain have the same object, but under contrary aspects, because if the presence of a particular thing be the object of pleasure, the absence of that same thing is the object of sorrow. Now one contrary includes the privation of the other, as stated in Metaphysics 10:4, and consequently sorrow in respect of one contrary is, in a way, directed to the same thing under a contrary aspect. Reply to Obj. 3. When many movements arise from one cause, it does not follow that they all regard chiefly that which the cause regards chiefly, but only the first of them, and each of the others regards chiefly that which is suitable to it according to its own nature. Second article, whether desire is a cause of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that desire is not a cause of pain or sorrow. Because sorrow of itself regards evil, as stated above in Article 1, whereas desire is a movement of the appetite towards good. Now movement towards one contrary is not a cause of movement towards the other contrary. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain. Objection 2. Further, pain, according to Damascene in De Fide Orth. 2:12, is caused by something present, whereas the object of desire is something future. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain. Objection 3. Further, that which is pleasant in itself is not a cause of pain. But desire is pleasant in itself, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:11. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain or sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says in Enchiridion 24, "When ignorance of things necessary to be done, and desire of things hurtful, found their way in, error and pain stole an entrance in their company. But ignorance is the cause of error. Therefore, desire is a cause of sorrow." I answer that, sorrow is a movement of the animal appetite. Now, as stated above in Article 1, the appetitive movement is likened to the natural appetite. A likeness that may be assigned to a twofold cause: one, on the part of the end; the other, on the part of the principle of movement. Thus, on the part of the end, the cause of a heavy body's downward movement is the lower place, while the principle of that movement is a natural inclination resulting from gravity. Now the cause of the appetitive movement on the part of the end is the object of that movement, and thus it has been said above in Article 1 that the cause of pain or sorrow is a present evil. On the other hand, the cause, by way of principle, of that movement is the inward inclination of the appetite, which inclination regards, first of all, the good, and in consequence, the rejection of a contrary evil. Hence, the first principle of this appetitive movement is love, which is the first inclination of the appetite towards the possession of good, while the second principle is hatred, which is the first inclination of the appetite towards the avoidance of evil. But since concupiscence or desire is the first effect of love, which gives rise to the greatest pleasure, as stated above, in question 32, Article 6, hence it is that Augustine often speaks of desire or concupiscence in the sense of love, as was also stated in question 30, Article 2, second reply. And in this sense he says that desire is the universal cause of sorrow. Sometimes, however, desire, taken in its proper sense, is the cause of sorrow, because whatever hinders a movement from reaching its end is contrary to that movement. Now that which is contrary to the movement of the appetite is a cause of sorrow. Consequently, desire becomes a cause of sorrow insofar as we sorrow for the delay of a desired good, or for its entire removal. But it cannot be a universal cause of sorrow, since we sorrow more for the loss of present good, in which we have already taken pleasure, than for the withdrawal of future good which we desire to have. Reply to Obj. 1. The inclination of the appetite to the possession of good causes the inclination of the appetite to fly from evil, as stated above. And hence it is that the appetitive movements that regard good are reckoned as causing the appetitive movements that regard evil. Reply to Obj. 2. That which is desired, though really future, is nevertheless in a way present, inasmuch as it is hoped for. Or we may say that although the desired good itself is future, yet the hindrance is reckoned as present, and so gives rise to sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. Desire gives pleasure so long as there is hope of obtaining that which is desired. But when hope is removed through the presence of an obstacle, desire causes sorrow. Third article. Whether the craving for unity is a cause of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that the craving for unity is not a cause of sorrow. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 10:3 that this opinion, which held repletion to be the cause of pleasure, and division the cause of sorrow, seems to have originated in pains and pleasures connected with food. But not every pleasure or sorrow is of this kind. Therefore, the craving for unity is not the universal cause of sorrow, since repletion pertains to unity and division is the cause of multitude. Translator's note: Aristotle wrote endein, want. St. Thomas, in the Latin version, read incisionem, incision. Should he have read indigentiam, indigence? Objection 2. Further, every separation is opposed to unity. If therefore sorrow were caused by craving for unity, no separation would be pleasant. And this is clearly untrue as regards the separation of whatever is superfluous. Obj. 3: Further, for the same reason we desire the conjunction of good and the removal of evil. But as conjunction regards unity, since it is a kind of union, so separation is contrary to unity. Therefore the craving for unity should not be reckoned, rather than the craving for separation, as causing sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says On Free Will 3:23 that "from the pain that dumb animals feel, it is quite evident how their souls desire unity, in ruling and quickening their bodies. For what else is pain but a feeling of impatience, of division or corruption?" I answer that, forasmuch as the desire or craving for good is reckoned as a cause of sorrow, so must a craving for unity and love be accounted as causing sorrow. Because the good of each thing consists in a certain unity, inasmuch as each thing has, united in itself, the elements of which its perfection consists. Wherefore the Platonists held that one is a principle, just as good is. Hence everything naturally desires unity, just as it desires goodness. And therefore, just as love or desire for good is a cause of sorrow, so also is the love or craving for unity. Reply to Obj. 1: Not every kind of union causes perfect goodness, but only that on which the perfect being of a thing depends. Hence neither does the desire of any kind of unity cause pain or sorrow, as some have maintained. Whose opinion is refuted by the Philosopher from the fact that repletion is not always pleasant. For instance, when a man has eaten to repletion, he takes no further pleasure in eating, because repletion or union of this kind is repugnant rather than conducive to perfect being. Consequently, sorrow is caused by the craving, not for any kind of unity, but for that unity in which the perfection of nature consists. Reply to Obj. 2: Separation can be pleasant, either because it removes something contrary to a thing's perfection, or because it has some union connected with it, such as union of the senses to its object. Reply to Obj. 3: Separation from things hurtful and corruptive is desired, in so far as they destroy the unity which is due. Wherefore the desire for such like separation is not the first cause of sorrow, whereas the craving for unity is. Fourth article: Whether an irresistible power is a cause of sorrow? Objection 1: It would seem that a greater power should not be reckoned a cause of sorrow. For that which is in the power of the agent is not present but future. But sorrow is for present evil. Therefore a greater power is not a cause of sorrow. Obj. 2: Further, hurt inflicted is the cause of sorrow. But hurt can be inflicted even by a lesser power. Therefore a greater power should not be reckoned as a cause of sorrow. Obj. 3: Further, the interior inclinations of the soul are the causes of the movements of appetite. But a greater power is something external. Therefore it should not be reckoned as a cause of sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says On the Nature of the Good 20: "Sorrow in the soul is caused by the will resisting a stronger power, while pain in the body is caused by sense resisting a stronger body." I answer that, As stated above in Article 1, a present evil is cause of sorrow or pain by way of object. Therefore, that which is the cause of the evil being present should be reckoned as causing pain or sorrow. Now it is evident that it is contrary to the inclination of the appetite to be united with a present evil, and whatever is contrary to a thing's inclination does not happen to it save by the action of something stronger. Wherefore Augustine reckons a greater power as being the cause of sorrow. But it must be noted that if the stronger power goes so far as to transform the contrary inclination into its own inclination, there will no longer be repugnance or violence. Thus, if a stronger agent, by its action on a heavy body, deprives it of its downward tendency, its consequent upward tendency is not violent, but natural to it. Accordingly, if some greater power prevail so far as to take away from the will or the sensitive appetite their respective inclinations, pain or sorrow will not result therefrom. Such is the result only when the contrary inclination of the appetite remains. And hence Augustine says in On the Nature of Good 20 that sorrow is caused by the will resisting a stronger power. For were it not to resist, but to yield by consenting, the result would not be sorrow, but pleasure. Reply to Obj. 1. A greater power causes sorrow, as acting not potentially, but actually, that is, by causing the actual presence of the corruptive evil. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing hinders a power which is not simply greater from being greater in some respect, and accordingly it is able to inflict some harm. But if it be nowise stronger, it can do no harm at all, wherefore it cannot bring about that which causes sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. External agents can be the causes of appetitive movements insofar as they cause the presence of the object, and it is thus that a greater power is reckoned to be the cause of sorrow. End of question 36. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 37 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 37. Of the effects of pain or sorrow, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether pain deprives one of the power to learn. Second, whether the effect of sorrow or pain is to burden the soul. Third, whether sorrow or pain weakens all activity. Fourth, whether sorrow is more harmful to the body than all the other passions of the soul. First article, whether pain deprives one of the power to learn. Objection 1. It would seem that pain does not deprive one of the power to learn. For it is written in Isaiah 26:9, "When thou shalt do thy judgments on the earth, the inhabitants of the world shall learn justice." And further on in verse 16, "In the tribulation of murmuring, thy instruction was with them." But the judgments of God, and tribulation cause sorrow in men's hearts. Therefore pain or sorrow, far from destroying, increases the power of learning. Obj. 2: Further, it is written in Isaiah 28:9, "Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand the hearing? Them that are weaned from the milk, that are drawn away from the breasts," that is, from pleasures. But pain and sorrow are most destructive of pleasure, since sorrow hinders all pleasure, as stated in Ethic. 7:14, and in Ecclesiasticus 11:29 it is stated that "the affliction of an hour maketh one forget great delights." Therefore pain, instead of taking away, increases the faculty of learning. Obj. 3: Further, inward sorrow surpasses outward pain, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 7). But man can learn while sorrowful. Much more therefore can he learn while in bodily pain. On the contrary, Augustine says (Soliloquy i, 12): "Although during those days I was tormented with a violent toothache, I was not able to turn over in my mind other things than those I had already learnt. And as to learning anything, I was quite unequal to it, because it required undivided attention." I answer that, since all powers of the soul are rooted in the one essence of the soul, it must needs happen, when the intention of the soul is strongly drawn towards the action of one power, that it is withdrawn from the action of another power: because the soul, being one, can only have one intention. The result is that, if one thing draws upon itself the entire attention of the soul, or a great portion thereof, anything else requiring considerable attention is incompatible therewith. Now it is evident that sensible pain, above all, draws the soul's attention to itself, because it is natural for each thing to tend wholly to repel whatever is contrary to it, as may be observed even in natural things. It is likewise evident that in order to learn anything new, we require study and effort with a strong intention, as is clearly stated in Proverbs 2:4, 5. "If thou shalt seek wisdom as money, and shalt dig for her as for a treasure, then shalt thou understand learning." Translator's note: the Vulgate edition translates learning as "fear of the Lord." Consequently, if the pain be acute, man is prevented at the time from learning anything. Indeed, it can be so acute that, as long as it lasts, man is unable to give his attention even to that which he knew already. However, a difference is to be observed according to the difference of love that a man has for learning or for considering. Because the greater his love, the more will he retain the intention of his mind, so as to prevent it from turning entirely to the pain. Reply Obj. 1: Moderate sorrow, that does not cause the mind to wander, can conduce to the acquisition of learning, especially in regard to those things by which a man hopes to be freed from sorrow. And thus, in the tribulation of murmuring, men are more apt to be taught by God. Reply Obj. 2: Both pleasure and pain, in so far as they draw upon themselves the soul's intention, hinder the reason from the act of consideration, wherefore it is stated in Ethic. 7:11 that "in the moment of sexual pleasure a man cannot understand anything." Nevertheless, pain attracts the soul's intention more than pleasure does. Thus we observe in natural things that the action of a natural body is more intense in regard to its contrary. For instance, hot water is more accessible to the action of cold, and in consequence freezes harder. If therefore pain or sorrow be moderate, it can conduce accidentally to the facility of learning, insofar as it takes away an excess of pleasure. But of itself it is a hindrance, and if it be intense, it prevents it altogether. Reply to Obj. 3. External pain arises from hurt done to the body, so that it involves bodily transmutation more than inward sorrow does. And yet the latter is greater in regard to the formal element of pain, which belongs to the soul. Consequently, bodily pain is a greater hindrance to the contemplation which requires complete repose than inward sorrow is. Nevertheless, if inward sorrow be very intense, it attracts the attention, so that man is unable to learn anything for the first time. Wherefore, on account of sorrow, Gregory interrupted his commentary on Ezekiel. Homily 22 on Ezekiel. Second article: whether the effect of sorrow or pain is to burden the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not an effect of sorrow to burden the soul. For the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:11, "Behold this selfsame thing, that you are made sorrowful according to God, how great carefulness it worketh in you, yea, defense, yea, indignation," etc. Now carefulness and indignation imply that the soul is uplifted, which is contrary to being depressed. Therefore, depression is not an effect of sorrow. Obj. 2. Further, sorrow is contrary to pleasure. But the effect of pleasure is expansion, the opposite of which is not depression but contraction. Therefore, depression should not be reckoned as an effect of sorrow. Obj. 3. Further, sorrow consumes those who are inflicted therewith, as may be gathered from the words of the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 2:7, "Lest perhaps such a one be swallowed up with overmuch sorrow." But that which is depressed is not consumed; nay, it is weighed down by something heavy, whereas that which is consumed enters with the consumer. Therefore, depression should not be reckoned an effect of sorrow. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, in his On the Nature of Man 19, and Damascene, in his On the True Faith 2:14, speak of depressing sorrow. I answer that, the effects of the soul's passions are sometimes named metaphorically, from a likeness to sensible bodies, for the reason that the movements of the animal appetite are like the inclinations of the natural appetite. And in this way, fervor is ascribed to love, expansion to pleasure, and depression to sorrow. For a man is said to be depressed through being hindered in his own movement by some weight. Now it is evident from what has been said above (Q. 23, A. 4; Q. 25, A. 4; Q. 36, A. 1) that sorrow is caused by a present evil. And this evil, from the very fact that it is repugnant to the movement of the will, depresses the soul, inasmuch as it hinders it from enjoying that which it wishes to enjoy. And if the evil which is the cause of sorrow be not so strong as to deprive one of the hope of avoiding it, although the soul be depressed insofar as, for the present, it fails to grasp that which it craves for, yet it retains the movement whereby to repulse that evil. If, on the other hand, the strength of the evil be such as to exclude the hope of evasion, then even the interior movement of the afflicted soul is absolutely hindered, so that it cannot turn aside either this way or that. Sometimes even the external movement of the body is paralyzed, so that a man becomes completely stupefied. Reply to Obj. 1. That uplifting of the soul ensues from the sorrow which is according to God, because it brings with it the hope of the forgiveness of sin. Reply to Obj. 2. As far as the movement of the appetite is concerned, contraction and depression amount to the same, because the soul, through being depressed so as to be unable to attend freely to outward things, withdraws to itself, closing itself up, as it were. Reply to Obj. 3. Sorrow is said to consume man when the force of the afflicting evil is such as to shut out all hope of evasion, and thus also it both depresses and consumes at the same time. For certain things, taken metaphorically, imply one another, which taken literally appear to exclude one another. Third article: whether sorrow or pain weakens all activity. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow does not weaken all activity. Because carefulness is caused by sorrow, as is clear from the passage of the Apostle quoted above, Article 2, Objection 1. But carefulness conduces to good work. Wherefore the Apostle says in 2 Timothy 2:15, "Carefully study to present thyself a workman that needeth not to be ashamed." Therefore sorrow is not a hindrance to work, but helps one to work well. Objection 2. Further, sorrow causes desire in many cases, as stated in Ethic. 7:14. But desire causes intensity of action. Therefore sorrow does too. Objection 3. Further, as some actions are proper to the joyful, so are others proper to the sorrowful. For instance, to mourn. Now a thing is improved by that which is suitable to it. Therefore certain actions are not hindered but improved by reason of sorrow. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 10:4 that pleasure perfects action, whereas, on the other hand, sorrow hinders it. Ethic. 10:5. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, sorrow at times does not depress or consume the soul so as to shut out all movement, internal or external. But certain movements are sometimes caused by sorrow itself. Accordingly, action stands in a twofold relation to sorrow. First, as being the object of sorrow, and thus sorrow hinders any action. For we never do that which we do with sorrow so well as that which we do with pleasure, or without sorrow. The reason for this is that the will is the cause of human actions, and consequently, when we do something that gives pain, the action must of necessity be weakened in consequence. Secondly, action stands in relation to sorrow as to its principle and cause, and such action must needs be improved by sorrow. Thus the more one sorrows on account of a certain thing, the more one strives to shake off sorrow, provided there is a hope of shaking it off. otherwise no movement or action would result from that sorrow. From what has been said, the replies to the objections are evident. Fourth article: whether sorrow is more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul. Objection 1: It would seem that sorrow is not the most harmful to the body. For sorrow has a spiritual existence in the soul. But those things which have only a spiritual existence do not cause a transmutation in the body, as is evident with regard to the images of colors, which images are in the air and do not give color to bodies. Therefore sorrow is not harmful to the body. Obj. 2: Further, if it be harmful to the body, this can only be due to its having a bodily transmutation in conjunction with it. But bodily transmutation takes place in all the passions of the soul, as stated above (Q. 22, AA. 1 and 3). Therefore sorrow is not more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 3) that "anger and desire drive some to madness," which seems to be a very great harm, since reason is the most excellent thing in man. Moreover, despair seems to be more harmful than sorrow, for it is the cause of sorrow. Therefore sorrow is not more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 17:22, "A joyful mind maketh age flourishing, a sorrowful spirit drieth up the bones." And Proverbs 25:20, "As a moth doth by a garment, and a worm by the wood, so the sadness of a man consumeth the heart." And Ecclesiasticus 38:19 says, "Of sadness cometh death." I answer that, of all the soul's passions, sorrow is most harmful to the body. The reason of this is because sorrow is repugnant to man's life in respect of the species of its movement, and not merely in respect of its measure or quantity, as is the case with the other passions of the soul. For man's life consists in a certain movement, which flows from the heart to the other parts of the body, and this movement is befitting to human nature according to a certain fixed measure. Consequently, if this movement goes beyond the right measure, it will be repugnant to man's life in respect of the measure of quantity, but not in respect of its specific character, whereas if this movement be hindered in its progress, it will be repugnant to life in respect of its species. Now it must be noted that, in all passions of the soul, the bodily transmutation which is their material element is in conformity with and in proportion to the appetitive movement, which is the formal element. Just as in everything matter is proportionate to form. Consequently, those passions that imply a movement of the appetite in pursuit of something are not repugnant to the vital movement as regards its species, but they may be repugnant thereto as regards its measure. Such are love, joy, desire, and the like. Wherefore these passions conduce to the well-being of the body, though if they be excessive, they may be harmful to it. On the other hand, those passions which denote in the appetite a movement of flight or contraction are repugnant to the vital movement, not only as regards its measure, but also as regards its species. Wherefore they are simply harmful. Such are fear and despair, and above all sorrow, which depresses the soul by reason of a present evil, which makes a stronger impression than future evil. Reply to Obj. 1. Since the soul naturally moves the body, the spiritual movement of the soul is naturally the cause of bodily transmutation. Nor is there any parallel with spiritual images, because they are not naturally ordained to move such other bodies as are not naturally moved by the soul. Reply to Obj. 2. Other passions imply a bodily transmutation which is specifically in conformity with the vital movement, whereas sorrow implies a transmutation that is repugnant thereto, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. A lesser cause suffices to hinder the use of reason, than to destroy life, since we observe that many ailments deprive one of the use of reason, before depriving one of life. Nevertheless, fear and anger cause very great harm to the body, by reason of the sorrow which they imply, and which arises from the absence of the thing desired. Moreover, sorrow too sometimes deprives man of the use of reason, as may be seen in those who through sorrow become a prey to melancholy or madness. End of question 37. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 38 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 38 of the Remedies of Sorrow or Pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the remedies of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by every pleasure. Second, whether it is assuaged by weeping. Third, whether it is assuaged by the sympathy of friends. Fourth, whether it is assuaged by contemplating the truth. Fifth, whether it is assuaged by sleep and baths. First article, whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by every pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that not every pleasure assuages every pain or sorrow. For pleasure does not assuage sorrow, save insofar as it is contrary to it. For remedies work by contraries, according to Ethics 2:3. But not every pleasure is contrary to every sorrow, as stated above in question 35, Article 4. Therefore, not every pleasure assuages every sorrow. Objection 2. Further, that which causes sorrow does not assuage it. But some pleasures cause sorrow, since, as stated in Ethics 9:4, the wicked man feels pain at having been pleased. Therefore, not every pleasure assuages sorrow. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in Confessions 4:7 that he fled from his country, where he had been wont to associate with his friend now dead. For so should his eyes look for him less, where they were not wont to see him. Hence, we may gather that those things which united us to our dead or absent friends become burdensome to us when we mourn their death or absence. But nothing united us more than the pleasures we enjoyed in common. Therefore these very pleasures become burdensome to us when we mourn. Therefore not every pleasure assuages every sorrow. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:14 that sorrow is driven forth by pleasure, both by a contrary pleasure and by any other, provided it be intense. I answer that, as is evident from what has been said above (Q. 23, A. 4), pleasure is a kind of repose of the appetite in a suitable good, while sorrow arises from something unsuited to the appetite. Consequently, in movements of the appetite, pleasure is to sorrow what in bodies repose is to weariness, which is due to a non-natural transmutation. For sorrow itself implies a certain weariness or ailing of the appetitive faculty. Therefore, just as all repose of the body brings relief to any kind of weariness, ensuing from any non-natural cause, so every pleasure brings relief by assuaging any kind of sorrow, due to any cause whatever. Reply to Obj. 1. Although not every pleasure is specifically contrary to every sorrow, yet it is generically, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 4). And consequently, on the part of the disposition of the subject, any sorrow can be assuaged by any pleasure. Reply to Obj. 2. The pleasures of wicked men are not a cause of sorrow while they are enjoyed, but afterwards; that is to say, in so far as wicked men repent of those things in which they took pleasure. This sorrow is healed by contrary pleasures. Reply to Obj. 3. When there are two causes inclining to contrary movements, each hinders the other. Yet the one which is stronger and more persistent prevails in the end. Now when a man is made sorrowful by those things in which he took pleasure in common with a deceased or absent friend, there are two causes producing contrary movements. For the thought of the friend's death or absence inclines him to sorrow, whereas the present good inclines him to pleasure. Consequently, each is modified by the other. And yet, since the perception of the present moves more strongly than the memory of the past, and since love of self is more persistent than love of another, hence it is that in the end the pleasure drives out the sorrow. Wherefore a little further on, in Confessions 4:8, Augustine says that his sorrow gave way to his former pleasures. Second article: whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by tears. Objection 1. It would seem that tears do not assuage sorrow, because no effect diminishes its cause. But tears or groans are an effect of sorrow. Therefore they do not diminish sorrow. Objection 2. Further, just as tears or groans are an effect of sorrow, so laughter is an effect of joy. But laughter does not lessen joy. Therefore tears do not lessen sorrow. Objection 3. Further, when we weep, the evil that saddens us is present to the imagination. But the image of that which saddens us increases sorrow, just as the image of a pleasant thing adds to joy. Therefore it seems that tears do not assuage sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says in Confessions 4:7 that when he mourned the death of his friend, In groans and in tears alone did he find some little refreshment. I answer that, tears and groans naturally assuage sorrow, and this for two reasons. First, because a hurtful thing hurts yet more if we keep it shut up, because the soul is more intent on it, whereas, if it be allowed to escape, the soul's intention is dispersed, as it were, on outward things, so that the inward sorrow is lessened. This is why men burdened with sorrow make outward show of their sorrow, by tears or groans or even by words, and so their sorrow is assuaged. Secondly, because an action that befits a man according to his actual disposition is always pleasant to him. Now tears and groans are actions befitting a man who is in sorrow or pain, and consequently they become pleasant to him. Since then, as stated above in Article 1, every pleasure assuages sorrow or pain somewhat, it follows that sorrow is assuaged by weeping and groans. Reply to Obj. 1. This relation of the cause to effect is opposed to the relation existing between the cause of sorrow and the sorrowing man. For every effect is suited to its cause, and consequently is pleasant to it. But the cause of sorrow is disagreeable to him that sorrows. Hence the effect of sorrow is not related to him that sorrows, in the same way as the cause of sorrow is. For this reason, sorrow is assuaged by its effect, on account of the aforesaid contrariety. Reply to Obj. 2. The relation of effect to cause is like the relation of the object of pleasure to him that takes pleasure in it, because in each case the one agrees with the other. Now every like thing increases its like. Therefore, joy is increased by laughter and the other effects of joy, except they be excessive, in which case accidentally they lessen it. Reply to Obj. 3. The image of that which saddens us, considered in itself, has a natural tendency to increase sorrow. Yet from the very fact that a man imagines himself to be doing that which is fitting according to his actual state, he feels a certain amount of pleasure. For the same reason, if laughter escapes a man, when he is so disposed that he thinks he ought to weep, he is sorry for it, as having done something unbecoming to him, as Cicero says in his Questions debated at Tusculum 327. Third article: Whether pain or sorrow are assuaged by the sympathy of friends. Objection 1. It would seem that the sorrow of sympathizing friends does not assuage our own sorrow. For contraries have contrary effects. Now, as Augustine says in his Confessions 8:4, when many rejoice together, each one has more exuberant joy, for they are kindled and inflamed one by the other. Therefore, in like manner, when many are sorrowful, it seems that their sorrow is greater. Obj. 2. Further, friendship demands mutual love, as Augustine declares (Confessions 4:9). But a sympathizing friend is pained at the sorrow of his friend with whom he sympathizes. Consequently, the pain of a sympathizing friend becomes, to the friend in sorrow, a further cause of sorrow, so that, his pain being doubled, his sorrow seems to increase. Obj. 3. Further, sorrow arises from every evil affecting a friend, as though it affected oneself, since "a friend is one's other self," according to Ethics 9:4, 9. But sorrow is an evil. Therefore the sorrow of the sympathizing friend increases the sorrow of the friend with whom he sympathizes. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ix, 11 that those who are in pain are consoled when their friends sympathize with them. I answer that, when one is in pain, it is natural that the sympathy of a friend should afford consolation. Whereof the Philosopher indicates a twofold reason in Ethic. ix, 11. The first is because, since sorrow has a depressing effect, it is like a weight whereof we strive to unburden ourselves, so that when a man sees others saddened by his own sorrow, it seems as though others were bearing the burden with him, striving as it were to lessen its weight. Wherefore the load of sorrow becomes lighter for him, something like what occurs in the carrying of bodily burdens. The second and better reason is because when a man's friends condole with him, he sees that he is loved by them, and this affords him pleasure, as stated above in Question 32, Article 5. Consequently, since every pleasure assuages sorrow, as stated above in Article 1, it follows that sorrow is mitigated by a sympathizing friend. Reply to Obj. 1. In either case, there is proof of friendship, notably, when a man rejoices with the joyful, and when he sorrows with the sorrowful. Consequently, each becomes an object of pleasure by reason of its cause. Reply to Obj. 2. The friend's sorrow itself would be a cause of sorrow, but consideration of its cause, notably his love, gives rise rather to pleasure. And this suffices for the reply to the third objection. Fourth article: whether pain and sorrow are assuaged by the contemplation of truth. Objection 1. It would seem that the contemplation of truth does not assuage sorrow. For it is written in Ecclesiastes 1:18, "He that addeth knowledge, addeth also sorrow." Translator's note: the Vulgate translates sorrow as labor. But knowledge pertains to the contemplation of truth. Therefore, the contemplation of truth does not assuage sorrow. Objection 2. Further, the contemplation of truth belongs to the speculative intellect. But the speculative intellect is not a principle of movement, as stated in De Anima iii, 11. Therefore, since joy and sorrow are movements of the soul, it seems that contemplation of truth does not help to assuage sorrow. Objection 3. Further, the remedy for an ailment should be applied to the part which ails. But contemplation of truth is in the intellect. Therefore, it does not assuage bodily pain, which is in the senses. On the contrary, Augustine says in Soliloquy 1:12, "It seemed to me that if the light of that truth were to dawn on our minds, either I should not feel that pain, or at least that pain would seem nothing to me." I answer that, as stated above in Question 3, Article 5, the greatest of all pleasures consists in the contemplation of truth. Now every pleasure assuages pain, as stated above in Article 1. Hence the contemplation of truth assuages pain or sorrow, and the more so, the more perfectly one is a lover of wisdom. And therefore in the midst of tribulations, men rejoice in the contemplation of divine things and of future happiness, according to James 1:2. My brethren, count it all joy, when you shall fall into diverse temptations. And, what is more, even in the midst of bodily tortures, this joy is found, as the martyr Tiburtius, when he was walking barefoot on the burning coals, said, "Methinks I walk on roses in the name of Jesus Christ." Cf. the Dominican Breviary, August 11th, the commemoration of Saint Tiburtius. Reply to Obj. 1: He that addeth knowledge addeth sorrow, either on account of the difficulty and disappointment in the search for truth, or because knowledge makes man acquainted with many things that are contrary to his will. Accordingly, on the part of the things known, knowledge causes sorrow, but on the part of the contemplation of truth, it causes pleasure. Reply to Obj. 2: The speculative intellect does not move the mind on the part of the thing contemplated, but on the part of contemplation itself, which is man's good and naturally pleasant to him. Reply to Obj. 3: In the powers of the soul there is an overflow from the higher to the lower powers, and accordingly the pleasure of contemplation, which is in the higher part, overflows so as to mitigate even that pain which is in the senses. Fifth article: Whether pain and sorrow are assuaged by sleep and baths? Objection 1: It would seem that sleep and baths do not assuage sorrow. For sorrow is in the soul, whereas sleep and baths regard the body. Therefore they do not conduce to the assuaging of sorrow. Objection 2: Further, the same effect does not seem to ensue from contrary causes. But these, being bodily things, are incompatible with the contemplation of truth, which is a cause of the assuaging of sorrow, as stated above (A. 4). Therefore sorrow is not mitigated by the like. Obj. 3: Further, sorrow and pain, in so far as they affect the body, denote a certain transmutation of the heart. But such remedies as these seem to pertain to the outward senses and limbs, rather than to the interior disposition of the heart. Therefore they do not assuage sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confessions 9:12): "I had heard that the bath had its name from the fact of its driving sadness from the mind." And further on he says: "I slept and woke up again, and found my grief not a little assuaged," and quotes the words from the hymn of Ambrose, in which it is said that "sleep restores the tired limbs to labor, refreshes the weary mind, and banishes sorrow." Translator's note: First of all, in reference to the name of the bath, balneum, from the Greek balaneion. Secondly, the hymn of St. Ambrose from the Saurum Breviarii, first Sunday after the octave of Epiphany, hymn for First Vespers. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 37, A. 4), sorrow, by reason of its specific nature, is repugnant to the vital movement of the body, and consequently whatever restores the bodily nature to its due state of vital movement is opposed to sorrow and assuages it. Moreover, such remedies, from the very fact that they bring nature back to its normal state, are causes of pleasure. For this is precisely in what pleasure consists, as stated above, in question 31, Article 1. Therefore, since every pleasure assuages sorrow, sorrow is assuaged by such like bodily remedies. Reply to Obj. 1. The normal disposition of the body, so far as it is felt, is itself a cause of pleasure, and consequently assuages sorrow. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 31, Article 8, one pleasure hinders another, and yet every pleasure assuages sorrow. Consequently, it is not unreasonable that sorrow should be assuaged by causes which hinder one another. Reply to Obj. 3. Every good disposition of the body reacts somewhat on the heart, which is the beginning and end of bodily movements, as stated in On the Cause of Animal Movements, 11. End of question 38. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 39 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 39. Of the goodness and malice of sorrow or pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the goodness and malice of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether all sorrow is evil. Second, whether sorrow can be a virtuous good. Third, whether it can be a useful good. Fourth, whether bodily pain is the greatest evil. First article, whether all sorrow is evil. Objection 1. It would seem that all sorrow is evil. For Gregory of Nyssa, in his On the Nature of Man 19, says, "All sorrow is evil from its very nature." Now what is naturally evil is evil always and everywhere. Therefore, all sorrow is evil. Objection 2. Further, that which all, even the virtuous, avoid, is evil. But all avoid sorrow, even the virtuous, since, as stated in Ethic. 7:11, though the prudent man does not aim at pleasure, yet he aims at avoiding sorrow. Therefore, sorrow is evil. Objection 3. Further, just as bodily evil is the object and cause of bodily pain, so spiritual evil is the object and cause of sorrow in the soul. But every bodily pain is a bodily evil. Therefore, every spiritual sorrow is an evil of the soul. On the contrary, sorrow for evil is contrary to pleasure in evil. But pleasure in evil is evil. Wherefore in condemnation of certain men it is written, in Proverbs 2:14, that "they were glad when they had done evil." Therefore, sorrow for evil is good. I answer that, a thing may be good or evil in 2 ways. First, considered simply and in itself, and thus all sorrow is an evil, because the mere fact of a man's appetite being uneasy about a present evil is itself an evil, because it hinders the response of the appetite in good. Secondly, a thing is said to be good or evil on the supposition of something else. Thus shame is said to be good, on the supposition of a shameful deed done, as stated in Ethics 4:9. Accordingly, supposing the presence of something saddening or painful, it is a sign of goodness if a man is in sorrow or pain on account of this present evil. For if he were not to be in sorrow or pain, this could only be either because he feels it not, or because he does not reckon it as something unbecoming, both of which are manifest evils. Consequently, it is a condition of goodness that, supposing an evil to be present, sorrow or pain should ensue. Wherefore Augustine says On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 8:14, "It is also a good thing that he sorrows for the good he has lost. For had not some good remained in his nature, he could not be punished by the loss of good." Because, however, in the science of morals we consider things individually, for actions are concerned about individuals, that which is good on some supposition should be considered as good, just as that which is voluntary on some supposition is judged to be voluntary, as stated in Ethics 3:1, and likewise above in Q. 6, A. 6. Reply Obj. 1: Gregory of Nyssa is speaking of sorrow on the part of the evil that causes it, but not on the part of the subject that feels and rejects the evil. And from this point of view, all shun sorrow, inasmuch as they shun evil, but they do not shun the perception and rejection of evil. The same also applies to bodily pain, because the perception and rejection of bodily evil is the proof of the goodness of nature. This suffices for the replies to the second and third objections. Second article: Whether sorrow can be a virtuous good? Objection 1: It would seem that sorrow is not a virtuous good. For that which leads to hell is not a virtuous good. But, as Augustine says On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 12:33, "Jacob seems to have feared lest he should be troubled overmuch by sorrow, and so, instead of entering into the rest of the blessed, be consigned to the hell of sinners." Therefore sorrow is not a virtuous good. Obj. 2: Further, the virtuous good is praiseworthy and meritorious. But sorrow lessens praise or merit, for the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 9:7, "Everyone, as he hath determined in his heart, not with sadness or of necessity." Therefore sorrow is not a virtuous good. Obj. 3: Further, as Augustine says On the City of God 14:15, "Sorrow is concerned about those things which happen against our will." But to not will those things which are actually taking place is to have a will opposed to the decree of God, to whose providence whatever is done is subject. Since, then, conformity of the human to the Divine will is a condition of the rectitude of the will, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 9), it seems that sorrow is incompatible with rectitude of the will, and that consequently it is not virtuous. On the contrary, whatever merits the reward of eternal life is virtuous. But such is sorrow, as is evident from Matthew 5:5, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." Therefore sorrow is a virtuous good. I answer that, In so far as sorrow is good, it can be a virtuous good. For it has been said above (A. 1) that sorrow is a good inasmuch as it denotes perception and rejection of evil. These two things, as regards bodily pain, are a proof of the goodness of nature, to which it is due that the senses perceive, and that nature shuns, the harmful thing that causes pain. As regards interior sorrow, perception of the evil is sometimes due to a right judgment of reason, while the rejection of the evil is the act of the will, well disposed and detesting that evil. Now every virtuous good results from these two things, the rectitude of the reason and the will. Wherefore it is evident that sorrow may be a virtuous good. Reply to Obj. 1: All the passions of the soul should be regulated according to the rule of reason, which is the root of the virtuous good. But excessive sorrow, of which Augustine is speaking, oversteps this rule, and therefore it fails to be a virtuous good. Reply to Obj. 2: Just as sorrow for an evil arises from a right will and reason, which detest the evil, so sorrow for a good is due to a perverse reason and will, which detest the good. Consequently, such sorrow is an obstacle to the praise and merit of the virtuous good. For instance, when a man gives an alms sorrowfully. Reply to Obj. 3: Some things do actually happen, not because God wills, but because He permits them to happen, such as sins. Consequently, a will that is opposed to sin, whether in oneself or in another, is not discordant from the divine will. Penal evils happen actually, even by God's will, but it is not necessary for the rectitude of His will that man should will them in themselves, but only that he should not revolt against the order of divine justice, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 10). Third article: Whether sorrow can be a useful good? Objection 1: It would seem that sorrow cannot be a useful good. For it is written in Ecclesiasticus 30:25, "Sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it." Objection 2: Further, choice is of that which is useful to an end. But sorrow is not an object of choice. In fact, "a thing without sorrow is to be chosen rather than the same thing with sorrow," according to Topic. iii, 2. Therefore sorrow is not a useful good. Obj. 3: Further, everything is for the sake of its own operation, as stated in De Coelo ii, 3. But "sorrow hinders operation," as stated in Ethic. x, 5. Therefore sorrow is not a useful good. On the contrary, the wise man seeks only that which is useful. But according to Ecclesiastes 7:5, "the heart of the wise is where there is mourning, and the heart of fools where there is mirth." Therefore sorrow is useful. I answer that, a twofold movement of the appetite ensues from a present evil. One is that whereby the appetite is opposed to the present evil, and in this respect sorrow is of no use. Because that which is present cannot be not present. The other movement arises in the appetite to the effect of avoiding or expelling the saddening evil, and, in this respect, sorrow is of use, if it be for something which ought to be avoided. Because there are two reasons for which it may be right to avoid a thing. First, because it should be avoided in itself, on account of its being contrary to good, for instance, sin. Wherefore sorrow for sin is useful, as inducing a man to avoid sin. Hence the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:9, "I am glad, not because you are made sorrowful, but because you are made sorrowful unto penance." Secondly, a thing is to be avoided not as though it were evil in itself, but because it is an occasion of evil, either through one's being attached to it and loving it too much, or through one's being thrown headlong thereby into an evil, as is evident in the case of temporal goods. And in this respect, sorrow for temporal goods may be useful. According to Ecclesiastes 7:3, "It is better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting, for in that we are put in mind of the end of all." Moreover, sorrow for that which ought to be avoided is always useful, since it adds another motive for avoiding it. Because the very evil is in itself a thing to be avoided, while everyone avoids sorrow for its own sake, just as everyone seeks the good and pleasure in the good. Therefore, just as pleasure in the good makes one seek the good more earnestly, so sorrow for evil makes one avoid evil more eagerly. Reply Obj. 1. This passage is to be taken as referring to excessive sorrow, which consumes the soul. For such sorrow paralyzes the soul and hinders it from shunning evil, as stated above (Q. 37, A. 2). Reply Obj. 2. Just as any object of choice becomes less eligible by reason of sorrow, so that which ought to be shunned is still more to be shunned by reason of sorrow, and in this respect sorrow is useful. Reply Obj. 3. Sorrow caused by an action hinders that action, but sorrow for the cessation of an action makes one do it more earnestly. Fourth article. Whether bodily pain is the greatest evil? Objection 1. It would seem that pain is the greatest evil. Because "the worst is contrary to the best," according to Ethic. 8:10. But a certain pleasure is the greatest good, viz. the pleasure of bliss. Therefore a certain pain is the greatest evil. Obj. 2. Further, happiness is man's greatest good, because it is his last end. But man's happiness consists in his "having whatever he will, and in willing not amiss," as stated above (Q. 3, A. 4, Obj. 5; Q. 5, A. 8, Obj. 3). Therefore man's greatest good consists in the fulfillment of his will. Now pain consists in something happening contrary to the will, as Augustine declares in De Civ. Dei xiv, 6, 15. Therefore pain is man's greatest evil. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine argues thus in Soliloquy i, 12: "We are composed of two parts, that is, of a soul and a body, whereof the body is the inferior. Now the sovereign good is the greatest good of the better part, while the supreme evil is the greatest evil of the inferior part. But wisdom is the greatest good of the soul, while the worst thing in the body is pain. Therefore man's greatest good is to be wise, while his greatest evil is to suffer pain. On the contrary, guilt is a greater evil than punishment, as was stated in the first part, question 48, Article 6. But sorrow or pain belongs to the punishment of sin, just as the enjoyment of changeable things is an evil of guilt. For Augustine says On the True Religion 12, "What is pain of the soul, except for the soul to be deprived of that which it was wont to enjoy, or had hoped to enjoy? And this is all that is called evil, that is, sin, and the punishment of sin." Therefore sorrow or pain is not man's greatest evil. I answer that, it is impossible for any sorrow or pain to be man's greatest evil. For all sorrow or pain is either for something that is truly evil, or for something that is apparently evil but good in reality. Now pain or sorrow for that which is truly evil cannot be the greatest evil. For there is something worse, namely, either not to reckon as evil that which is really evil, or not to reject it. Again, sorrow or pain for that which is apparently evil but really good cannot be the greatest evil, for it would be worse to be altogether separated from that which is truly good. Hence it is impossible for any sorrow or pain to be man's greatest evil. Reply to Obj. 1: Pleasure and sorrow have two good points in common, namely, a true judgment concerning good and evil, and the right order of the will in approving of good and rejecting evil. Thus it is clear that in pain or sorrow there is a good, by the removal of which they become worse, and yet there is not an evil in every pleasure, by the removal of which the pleasure is better. Consequently, a pleasure can be man's highest good in the way stated above (Q. 34, A. 3), whereas sorrow cannot be man's greatest evil. Reply Obj. 2: The very fact of the will being opposed to evil is a good, and for this reason sorrow or pain cannot be the greatest evil, because it has an admixture of good. Reply Obj. 3: That which harms the better thing is worse than that which harms the worse. Now a thing is called evil because it harms, as Augustine says Enchiridion 12. Therefore that which is an evil to the soul is a greater evil than that which is an evil to the body. Therefore this argument does not prove, nor does Augustine give it as his own, but has taken it from another, notably Cornelius Celsus. End of question 39. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 40 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 40 of the irascible passions, and first of hope and despair, in 8 articles. We must now consider the irascible passions. 1. Hope and despair. 2. Fear and daring. 3. Anger. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether hope is the same as desire or cupidity. Second, whether hope is in the apprehensive or in the appetitive faculty. Third, whether hope is in dumb animals. Fourth, whether despair is contrary to hope. Fifth, whether experience is a cause of hope. Sixth, whether hope abounds in young men and drunkards. Seventh, concerning the order of hope to love. Eighth, whether love conduces to action. First article, whether hope is the same as desire or cupidity. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is the same as desire or cupidity. Because hope is reckoned as one of the 4 principal passions. But Augustine, in setting down the 4 principal passions, puts cupidity in the place of hope. Cf. his On the City of God 14:3, 7. Therefore, hope is the same as cupidity or desire. Objection 2. Further, passions differ according to their objects. But the object of hope is the same as the object of cupidity or desire, notably, the future good. Therefore, hope is the same as cupidity or desire. Objection 3. If it be said that hope, in addition to desire, denotes the possibility of obtaining the future good, on the contrary, whatever is accidental to the object does not make a different species of passion. But possibility of acquisition is accidental to a future good, which is the object of cupidity or desire, and of hope. Therefore, hope does not differ specifically from desire or cupidity. On the contrary, to different powers belong different species of passions. But hope is in the irascible power, whereas desire or cupidity is in the concupiscible. Therefore, hope differs specifically from desire or cupidity. I answer that the species of a passion is taken from the object. Now, in the object of hope, we may note 4 conditions. First, that it is something good, since properly speaking, hope regards only the good. In this respect, hope differs from fear, which regards evil. Secondly, that it is future. For hope does not regard that which is present and already possessed. In this respect, hope differs from joy, which regards a present good. Thirdly, that it must be something arduous and difficult to obtain, for we do not speak of anyone hoping for trifles, which are in one's power to have at any time. In this respect, hope differs from desire or cupidity, which regards the future good absolutely. Wherefore it belongs to the concupiscible, while hope belongs to the irascible faculty. Fourthly, that this difficult thing is something possible to obtain. For one does not hope for that which one cannot get at all. And in this respect, hope differs from despair. It is therefore evident that hope differs from desire, as the irascible passions differ from the concupiscible. For this reason, moreover, hope presupposes desire, just as all irascible passions presuppose the passions of the concupiscible faculty, as stated above, in question 25, Article 1. Reply to Objection 1. Augustine mentions desire instead of hope, because each regards future good, and because the good which is not arduous is reckoned as nothing, thus implying that desire seems to tend chiefly to the arduous good, to which hope tends likewise. Reply Obj. 2. The object of hope is the future good considered, not absolutely, but as arduous and difficult of attainment, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. The object of hope adds not only possibility to the object of desire, but also difficulty. And this makes hope belong to another power, notably the irascible, which regards something difficult, as stated in the first part, question 81, Article 2. Moreover, possibility and impossibility are not altogether accidental to the object of the appetitive power, because the appetite is a principle of movement, and nothing is moved to anything except under the aspect of being possible. For no one is moved to that which he reckons impossible to get. Consequently, hope differs from despair according to the difference of possible and impossible. Second article: whether hope is in the apprehensive or in the appetitive power. Objection 1. It would seem that hope belongs to the cognitive power, because hope, seemingly, is a kind of awaiting. For the Apostle says in Romans 8:25, "If we hope for that which we see not, we wait for it with patience." But awaiting seems to belong to the cognitive power, which we exercise by looking out. Therefore, hope belongs to the cognitive power. Objection 2. Further, apparently hope is the same as confidence. Hence, when a man hopes, he is said to be confident, as though to hope and to be confident were the same thing. But confidence, like faith, seems to belong to the cognitive power. Therefore, hope does too. Objection 3. Further, certainty is a property of the cognitive power. But certainty is ascribed to hope. Therefore, hope belongs to the cognitive power. On the contrary, hope regards good, as stated above in Article 1. Now good, as such, is not the object of the cognitive, but of the appetitive power. Therefore, hope belongs not to the cognitive, but to the appetitive power. I answer that, since hope denotes a certain stretching out of the appetite towards good, it evidently belongs to the appetitive power, since movement towards things belongs properly to the appetite, whereas the action of the cognitive power is accomplished not by the movement of the knower towards things, but rather according as the things known are in the knower. But since the cognitive power moves the appetite by presenting its object to it, there arise in the appetite various movements according to various aspects of the apprehended object. For the apprehension of good gives rise to one kind of movement in the appetite, while the apprehension of evil gives rise to another. In like manner, various movements arise from the apprehension of something present and of something future, of something considered absolutely and of something considered as arduous, of something possible and of something impossible. And accordingly, hope is a movement of the appetitive power ensuing from the apprehension of a future good, difficult but possible to obtain, namely, a stretching forth of the appetite to such a good. Reply Obj. 1. Since hope regards a possible good, there arises in man a twofold movement of hope. For a thing may be possible to him in two ways, notably, by his own power, or by another's. Accordingly, when a man hopes to obtain something by his own power, he is not said to wait for it, but simply to hope for it. But properly speaking, he is said to await that which he hopes to get by another's help, as though to await, expectare, implied keeping one's eyes on another, ex alio spectare, insofar as the apprehensive power, by going ahead, not only keeps its eye on the good which man intends to get, but also on the thing by whose power he hopes to get it, according to Ecclesiasticus 51:10, "I looked for the succor of men." Wherefore, the movement of hope is sometimes called expectation, on account of the preceding inspection of the cognitive power. Reply Obj. 2: When a man desires a thing and reckons that he can get it, he believes that he can get it, he believes that he will get it, and from this belief which precedes in the cognitive power, the ensuing movement in the appetite is called confidence. Because the movement of the appetite takes its name from the knowledge that precedes it, as an effect from a cause which is better known, for the apprehensive power knows its own act better than that of the appetite. Reply Obj. 3: Certainty is ascribed to the movement not only of the sensitive but also of the natural appetite. Thus we say that a stone is certain to tend downwards. This is owing to the inerrancy which the movement of the sensitive or even natural appetite derives from the certainty of the knowledge that precedes it. Third article: Whether hope is in dumb animals? Objection 1: It would seem that there is no hope in dumb animals. Because hope is for some future good, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. 2:12). But knowledge of the future is not in the competency of dumb animals, whose knowledge is confined to the senses and does not extend to the future. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals. Obj. 2: Further, the object of hope is a future good, possible of attainment. But possible and impossible are differences of the truth and the false, which are only in the mind, as the Philosopher states in Metaph. vi, 4. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals, since they have no mind. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Gen. ix, 14) that "animals are moved by the things that they see." But hope is of things unseen. "For what a man seeth, why doth he hope for?" Rom. 8:24. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals. On the contrary, hope is an irascible passion. But the irascible faculty is in dumb animals. Therefore hope is also. I answer that, the internal passions of animals can be gathered from their outward movements, from which it is clear that hope is in dumb animals. For if a dog see a hare, or a hawk see a bird, too far off, it makes no movement towards it, as having no hope to catch it. Whereas, if it be near, it makes a movement towards it, as being in hopes of catching it. Because, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 2, and in Q. 26, A. 1, as well as Q. 35, A. 1), The sensitive appetite of dumb animals, and likewise the natural appetite of insensible things, result from the apprehension of an intellect, just as the appetite of the intellectual nature, which is called the will. But there is a difference, in that the will is moved by an apprehension of the intellect in the same subject, whereas the movement of the natural appetite results from the apprehension of the separate intellect, who is the author of nature, as does also the sensitive appetite of dumb animals, who act from a certain natural instinct. Consequently, in the actions of irrational animals and of other natural things, we observe a procedure which is similar to that which we observe in the actions of art, and in this way hope and despair are in dumb animals. Reply to Obj. 1: Although dumb animals do not know the future, yet an animal is moved by its natural instinct to something future, as though it foresaw the future, because this instinct is planted in them by the divine intellect that foresees the future. Reply to Obj. 2: The object of hope is not the possible as differentiating the true, for thus the possible ensues from the relation of a predicate to a subject. The object of hope is the possible as compared to a power, for such is the division of the possible given in Metaphysics 5:12, that is, into the two kinds we have just mentioned. Reply to Obj. 3: Although the thing which is future does not come under the object of sight, nevertheless, through seeing something present, an animal's appetite is moved to seek or avoid something future. Fourth article: Whether despair is contrary to hope. Objection 1: It would seem that despair is not contrary to hope, because "to one thing there is one contrary," according to Metaphysics 10:5. But fear is contrary to hope. Therefore despair is not contrary to hope. Objection 2: Further, contraries seem to bear on the same thing. But hope and despair do not bear on the same thing, since hope regards the good, whereas despair arises from some evil that is in the way of obtaining good. Therefore hope is not contrary to despair. Obj. 3: Further, movement is contrary to movement, while repose is in opposition to movement as a privation thereof. But despair seems to imply immobility rather than movement. Therefore it is not contrary to hope, which implies movement of stretching out towards the hoped-for good. On the contrary, the very name of despair, desperatio, implies that it is contrary to hope, spes. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 23, A. 2, there is a twofold contrariety of movements. One is in respect of approach to contrary terms, and this contrariety alone is to be found in the concupiscible passions, for instance, between love and hatred. The other is according to approach and withdrawal with regard to the same term, and is to be found in the irascible passions as stated above in Q. 23, A. 2. Now the object of hope, which is the arduous good, has the character of a principle of attraction, if it be considered in the light of something attainable, and thus hope tends thereto, for it denotes a kind of approach. But in so far as it is considered as unobtainable, it has the character of a principle of repulsion, because, as stated in Ethics 3:3, when men come to an impossibility, they disperse. And this is how despair stands in regard to this object, wherefore it implies a movement of withdrawal, and consequently it is contrary to hope, as withdrawal is to approach. Reply to Obj. 1. Fear is contrary to hope, because their objects, that is, good and evil, are contrary. For this contrariety is found in the irascible passions, according as they ensue from the passions of the concupiscible. But despair is contrary to hope only by contrariety of approach and withdrawal. Reply to Obj. 2. Despair does not regard evil as such. Sometimes, however, it regards evil accidentally, as making the difficult good impossible to obtain. But it can arise from the mere excess of good. Reply to Obj. 3. Despair implies not only privation of hope, but also a recoil from the thing desired, by reason of its being esteemed impossible to get. Hence despair, like hope, presupposes desire, because we neither hope for nor despair of that which we do not desire to have. For this reason, too, each of them regards the good, which is the object of desire. Fifth article: whether experience is a cause of hope. Objection 1. It would seem that experience is not a cause of hope. Because experience belongs to the cognitive power. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:1 that intellectual virtue needs experience and time. But hope is not in the cognitive power, but in the appetite, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore, experience is not a cause of hope. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:13 that the old are slow to hope, on account of their experience. Whence it seems to follow that experience causes want of hope. But the same cause is not productive of opposites. Therefore, experience is not a cause of hope. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in On the Heavens 2:5 that to have something to say about everything, without leaving anything out, is sometimes a proof of folly. But to attempt everything seems to point to great hopes, while folly arises from inexperience. Therefore, inexperience rather than experience seems to be a cause of hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8, some are hopeful through having been victorious often and over many opponents, which seems to pertain to experience. Therefore, experience is a cause of hope. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the object of hope is a future good, difficult but possible to obtain. Consequently, a thing may be a cause of hope either because it makes something possible to a man, or because it makes him think something possible. In the first way, hope is caused by everything that increases a man's power. For example, riches, strength, and among others, experience. Since by experience man acquires the faculty of doing something easily, and the result of this is hope. Wherefore Vegetius says On the Military Institutions of the Romans 1, no one fears to do that which he is sure of having learned well. In the second way, hope is caused by everything that makes man think that he can obtain something. And thus both teaching and persuasion may be a cause of hope. And then again, experience is a cause of hope, insofar as it makes him reckon something possible, which before his experience he looked upon as impossible. However, in this way, experience can cause a lack of hope, because just as it makes a man think possible what he had previously thought impossible, so, conversely, experience makes a man consider as impossible that which hitherto he had thought possible. Accordingly, experience causes hope in two ways, despair in one way, and for this reason we may say rather that it causes hope. Reply to Obj. 1. Experience in matters pertaining to action not only produces knowledge, it also causes a certain habit, by reason of custom, which renders the action easier. Moreover, the intellectual virtue itself adds to the power of acting with ease, because it shows something to be possible, and thus is a cause of hope. Reply to Obj. 2. The old are wanting in hope, because of their experience, insofar as experience makes them think something impossible. Hence he adds in Rhetoric 2:13 that many evils have befallen them. Reply to Obj. 3. Folly and inexperience can be a cause of hope accidentally, as it were, by removing the knowledge which would help one to judge truly a thing to be impossible. Wherefore, inexperience is a cause of hope, for the same reason as experience causes lack of hope. Sixth article. Whether hope abounds in young men and drunkards. Objection 1. It would seem that youth and drunkenness are not causes of hope. Because hope implies certainty and steadiness, so much so that it is compared to an anchor in Hebrews 6:19. But young men and drunkards are wanting in steadiness, since their minds are easily changed. Therefore, youth and drunkenness are not causes of hope. Objection 2. Further, as stated above in Article 5, the cause of hope is chiefly whatever increases one's power. But youth and drunkenness are united to weakness. Therefore, they are not causes of hope. Objection 3. Further, experience is a cause of hope, as stated above in Article 5. But youth lacks experience. Therefore, it is not a cause of hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:8 that drunken men are hopeful, and in Rhetoric 2:12 that the young are full of hope. I answer that youth is a cause of hope for 3 reasons, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2:12. And these 3 reasons may be gathered from the 3 conditions of the good, which is the object of hope, namely, that it is future, arduous, and possible, as stated above in Article 1. For youth has much of the future before it, and little of the past. And therefore, since memory is of the past, and hope of the future, it has little to remember and lives very much in hope. Again, youths, on account of the heat of their nature, are full of spirit, so that their heart expands, and it is owing to the heart being expanded that one tends to that which is arduous. Wherefore, youths are spirited and hopeful. Likewise, they who have not suffered defeat, nor had experience of obstacles to their efforts, are prone to count a thing possible to them. Wherefore youths, through inexperience of obstacles and of their own shortcomings, easily count a thing possible, and consequently are of good hope. Two of these causes are also in those who are in drink, notably heat and high spirits, on account of wine, and heedlessness of dangers and shortcomings. For the same reason, all foolish and thoughtless persons attempt everything and are full of hope. Reply to Obj. 1. Although youths and men in drink lack steadiness in reality, yet they are steady in their own estimation, for they think that they will steadily obtain that which they hope for. In like manner, in reply to the second objection, we must observe that young people and men in drink are indeed unsteady in reality, but in their own estimation they are capable, for they know not their shortcomings. Reply to Obj. 3. Not only experience, but also lack of experience is, in some way, a cause of hope, as explained above, in Article 5, third reply. Seventh article. Whether hope is a cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is not a cause of love, because, according to Augustine in On the City of God 14, 7 and 9, love is the first of the soul's emotions. But hope is an emotion of the soul. Therefore, love precedes hope, and consequently, hope does not cause love. Objection 2. Further, desire precedes hope. But desire is caused by love, as stated above in question 25, Article 2. Therefore, hope too follows love, and consequently is not its cause. Objection 3. Further, hope causes pleasure, as stated above in question 32, Article 3. But pleasure is only of the good that is loved. Therefore, love precedes hope. On the contrary, the gloss, commenting on Matthew 1:2, Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, says, that is, faith begets hope, and hope begets charity. But charity is love. Therefore, love is caused by hope. I answer that hope can regard two things. For it regards as its object the good which one hopes for. But since the good we hope for is something difficult but possible to obtain, and since it happens sometimes that what is difficult becomes possible to us, not through ourselves but through others, hence it is that hope regards also that by which something becomes possible to us. In so far, then, as hope regards the good we hope to get, it is caused by love, since we do not hope save for that which we desire and love. But in so far as hope regards one through whom something becomes possible to us, love is caused by hope, and not vice versa. Because by the very fact that we hope that good will accrue to us through someone, we are moved towards him as to our own good, and thus we begin to love him. Whereas, from the fact that we love someone, we do not hope in him, except accidentally, that is, in so far as we think that he returns our love. Wherefore, the fact of being loved by another makes us hope in him, but our love for him is caused by the hope we have in him. Wherefore, the replies to the objections are evident. Eighth article. Whether hope is a help or a hindrance to action. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is not a help, but a hindrance to action. Because hope implies security. But security begets negligence, which hinders action. Therefore, hope is a hindrance to action. Obj. 2. Further, sorrow hinders action as stated above in question 37, Article 3. But hope sometimes causes sorrow, for it is written in Proverbs 13:12, "Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul." Therefore, hope hinders action. Obj. 3. Further, despair is contrary to hope as stated above in Article 4. But despair, especially in matters of war, conduces to action, for it is written in 2 Kings 2:26 that "it is dangerous to drive people to despair." Therefore, hope has a contrary effect, namely, by hindering action. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Corinthians 9:10 that "he that ploweth should plow in hope, to receive fruit." And the same applies to all other actions. I answer that hope, of its very nature, is a help to action by making it more intense, and this for two reasons. First, by reason of its object, which is a good, difficult but possible. For the thought of its being difficult arouses our attention, while the thought that is possible is no drag on our effort. Hence it follows that by reason of hope, man is intent on his action. Secondly, on account of its effect, because hope, as stated above in question 32, Article 3, causes pleasure, which is a help to action, as stated above in question 33, Article 4. Therefore, hope is conducive to action. Reply to Obj. 1. Hope regards a good to be obtained. Security regards an evil to be avoided. Wherefore security seems to be contrary to fear rather than to belong to hope. Yet security does not beget negligence, save insofar as it lessens the idea of difficulty, whereby it also lessens the character of hope. For the things in which a man fears no hindrance are no longer looked upon as difficult. Reply to Obj. 2. Hope of itself causes pleasure. It is by accident that it causes sorrow, as stated above in question 32, Article 3, second reply. Reply to Obj. 3. Despair threatens danger in war on account of a certain hope that attaches to it. For they who despair of flight strive less to fly, but hope to avenge their death, and therefore in this hope they fight the more bravely, and consequently prove dangerous to the foe. End of question 40. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 41 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 41. Of fear, in itself, in 4 articles. We must now consider in the first place fear, and secondly, daring. With regard to fear, 4 things must be considered. 1. Fear, in itself. 2. Its object. 3. Its cause. 4. Its effect. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear is a passion of the soul. Second, whether fear is a special passion. Third, whether there is a natural fear. Fourth, of the species of fear. First article, whether fear is a passion of the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a passion of the soul. For Damascene says in On the True Faith 3:23 that fear is a power by way of systole, that is, of contraction, desirous of vindicating nature. But no virtue is a passion, as is proved in Ethics 2:5. Therefore, fear is not a passion. Objection 2. Further, every passion is an effect due to the presence of an agent. But fear is not of something present, but of something future, as Damascene declares in On the True Faith 2:12. Therefore, fear is not a passion. Objection 3. Further, every passion of the soul is a movement of the sensitive appetite in consequence of an apprehension of the senses. But sense apprehends not the future but the present. Since then fear is of a future evil, it seems that it is not a passion of the soul. On the contrary, Augustine On the City of God 14:5 and following reckons fear among the other passions of the soul. I answer that, among the other passions of the soul, after sorrow, fear chiefly has the character of passion. For as we have stated above (Q. 22), the notion of passion implies first of all a movement of a passive power, that is, of a power whose object is compared to it as its active principle, since passion is the effect of an agent. In this way, both to feel and to understand are passions. Secondly, more properly speaking, passion is a movement of the appetitive power, and more properly still, it is a movement of an appetitive power that has a bodily organ, such movement being accompanied by a bodily transmutation. And again, most properly, these movements are called passions which imply some deterioration. Now it is evident that fear, since it regards evil, belongs to the appetitive power, which of itself regards good and evil. Moreover, it belongs to the sensitive appetite, for it is accompanied by a certain transmutation, that is, contraction, as Damascene says. Cf. Objection 1. Again, it implies relation to evil as overcoming, so to speak, some particular good. Wherefore it has most properly the character of passion. Less, however, than sorrow, which regards the present evil, because fear regards future evil, which is not so strong a motive as present evil. Reply to Objection 1. Virtue denotes a principle of action. Wherefore, in so far as the interior movements of the appetitive faculty are principles of external action, they are called virtues. But the Philosopher denies that passion is a virtue by way of habit. Reply to Objection 2. Just as the passion of a natural body is due to the bodily presence of an agent, so is the passion of the soul due to the agent being present to the soul, although neither corporally nor really present, that is to say, in so far as the evil which is really future is present in the apprehension of the soul. Reply to Objection 3. The senses do not apprehend the future. but from apprehending the present, an animal is moved by natural instinct to hope for a future good, or to fear a future evil. Second article: whether fear is a special passion. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a special passion. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33, that "the man who is not distraught by fear is neither harassed by desire, nor wounded by sickness," that is, sorrow, "nor tossed about in transports of empty joys." Wherefore it seems that, if fear be set aside, all the other passions are removed. Therefore fear is not a special, but a general passion. Objection 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 2 that "pursuit and avoidance in the appetite are what affirmation and denial are in the intellect." But denial is nothing special in the intellect, as neither is affirmation, but something common to many. Therefore neither is avoidance anything special in the appetite. But fear is nothing but a kind of avoidance of evil. Therefore it is not a special passion. Obj. 3: Further, if fear were a special passion, it would be chiefly in the irascible part. But fear is also in the concupiscible, since the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that "fear is a kind of sorrow," and Damascene says (De Fide Orth. iii, 23) that fear is "a power of desire." And both sorrow and desire are in the concupiscible faculty, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 4). Therefore fear is not a special passion, since it belongs to different powers. On the contrary, fear is condivided with the other passions of the soul, as is clear from Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 12, 15). I answer that, the passions of the soul derive their species from their objects. Hence that is a special passion which has a special object. Now fear has a special object, as hope has. For just as the object of hope is a future good, difficult but possible to obtain, so the object of fear is a future evil, difficult and irresistible. Consequently, fear is a special passion of the soul. Reply to Obj. 1: All the passions of the soul arise from one source, viz. love, wherein they are connected with one another. By reason of this connection, when fear is put aside, the other passions of the soul are dispersed, not, however, as though it were a general passion. Reply to Obj. 2: Not every avoidance in the appetite is fear, but avoidance of a special object, as stated. Wherefore, though avoidance be something common, yet fear is a special passion. Reply to Obj. 3: Fear is nowise in the concupiscible, for it regards evil, not absolutely, but as difficult or arduous, so as to be almost unavoidable. But since the irascible passions arise from the passions of the concupiscible faculty, and terminate therein, as stated above (Q. 25, A. 1), hence it is that what belongs to the concupiscible is ascribed to fear. For fear is called sorrow, in so far as the object of fear causes sorrow when present. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that fear arises from the representation of a future evil, which is either corruptive or painful. In like manner, desire is ascribed by Damascene to fear, because just as hope arises from the desire of good, so fear arises from the avoidance of evil, while avoidance of evil arises from the desire of good, as is evident from what has been said above, in question 25, Article 2, in question 29, Article 2, and in question 36, Article 2. Third article: whether there is a natural fear. Objection 1. It would seem that there is a natural fear. For Damascene says in On the True Faith 3:23 that "there is a natural fear through the soul refusing to be severed from the body." Objection 2. Further, fear arises from love, as stated above in Article 2, first reply. But there is a natural love, as Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4. Therefore there is also a natural fear. Objection 3. Further, fear is opposed to hope, as stated above in question 40, Article 4, first reply. But there is a hope of nature, as is evident from Romans 4:18, where it is said of Abraham that, against hope of nature, he believed in hope of grace. Therefore there is also a fear of nature. On the contrary, that which is natural is common to things animate and inanimate. But fear is not in things inanimate. Therefore there is no natural fear. I answer that, a movement is said to be natural because nature inclines thereto. Now this happens in two ways. First, so that it is entirely accomplished by nature, without any operation of the apprehensive faculty. Thus, to have an upward movement is natural to fire, and to grow is the natural movement of animals and plants. Secondly, a movement is said to be natural if nature inclines thereto, though it be accomplished by the apprehensive faculty alone, since, as stated above in question 10, Article 1, the movements of the cognitive and appetitive faculties are reducible to nature as to their first principle. In this way, even the acts of the apprehensive power, such as understanding, feeling, and remembering, as well as the movements of the animal appetite, are sometimes said to be natural. And in this sense, we may say that there is a natural fear, and it is distinguished from non-natural fear by reason of the diversity of its object. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, there is a fear of corruptive evil, which nature shrinks from on account of its natural desire to exist, and such fear is said to be natural. Again, there is a fear of painful evil, which is repugnant not to nature but to the desire of the appetite, and such fear is not natural. In this sense, we have stated above, in question 26, Article 1, question 30, Article 3, question 31, Article 7, that love, desire, and pleasure are divisible into natural and non-natural. But in the first sense of the word natural, we must observe that certain passions of the soul are sometimes said to be natural, as love, desire, and hope, whereas the others cannot be called natural. The reason of this is because love and hatred, desire and avoidance, imply a certain inclination to pursue what is good or to avoid what is evil, which inclination is to be found in the natural appetite also. Consequently, there is a natural love, while we may also speak of desire and hope as being even in natural things devoid of knowledge. On the other hand, the other passions of the soul denote certain movements, whereto the natural inclination is nowise sufficient. This is due either to the fact that perception or knowledge is essential to these passions, thus we have said in Q. 31, Articles 1 and 3, Q. 35, Article 1, that apprehension is a necessary condition of pleasure and sorrow. Wherefore things devoid of knowledge cannot be said to take pleasure or to be sorrowful. Or else it is because such like movements are contrary to the very nature of natural inclination. For instance, despair flies from good on account of some difficulty, and fear shrinks from repelling a contrary evil, both of which are contrary to the inclination of nature. Wherefore such like passions are in no way ascribed to inanimate beings. Thus the replies to the objections are evident. Fourth article: whether the species of fear are suitably assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that 6 species of fear are unsuitably assigned by Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 15), namely, laziness, shamefacedness, shame, amazement, stupor, and anxiety. Because, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 5, fear regards a saddening evil. Therefore the species of fear should correspond to the species of sorrow. Now there are 4 species of sorrow, as stated above in Q. 35, Article 8. Therefore there should only be 4 species of fear corresponding to them. Obj. 2: Further, that which consists in an action of our own is in our power. But fear regards an evil that surpasses our power, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore laziness, shamefacedness, and shame, which regard our own actions, should not be reckoned as species of fear. Obj. 3: Further, fear is of the future, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. But shame regards a disgraceful deed already done, as Gregory of Nyssa says in his On the Nature of Man, 20. Therefore shame is not a species of fear. Obj. 4: Further, fear is only of evil. But amazement and stupor regard great and unwonted things, whether good or evil. Therefore amazement and stupor are not species of fear. Obj. 5: Further, philosophers have been led by amazement to seek the truth, as stated in the beginning of Metaphysics. But fear leads to flight rather than to search. Therefore amazement is not a species of fear. On the contrary, suffices the authority of Damascene and Gregory of Nyssa. Cf. Objections 1 and 3. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, fear regards a future evil which surpasses the power of him that fears, so that it is irresistible. Now man's evil, like his good, may be considered either in his action or in external things. In his action he has a twofold evil to fear. First, there is the toil that burdens his nature, and hence arises laziness, as when a man shrinks from work for fear of too much toil. Secondly, there is the disgrace which damages him in the opinion of others. And thus, if disgrace is feared in a deed that is yet to be done, there is shamefacedness. If, however, it be a deed already done, there is shame. On the other hand, the evil that consists in external things may surpass man's faculty of resistance in three ways. First, by reason of its magnitude, when, that is to say, a man considers some great evil, the outcome of which he is unable to gauge, and then there is amazement. Secondly, by reason of its being unwanted, because, to wit, some unwanted evil arises before us, and on that account is great in our estimation. And then there is stupor, which is caused by the representation of something unwanted. Thirdly, by reason of its being unforeseen. Thus future misfortunes are feared, and fear of this kind is called anxiety. Reply to Obj. 1. Those species of sorrow given above are not derived from the diversity of objects, but from the diversity of effects, and for certain special reasons. Consequently, there is no need for those species of sorrow to correspond with these species of fear, which are derived from the proper division of the object of fear itself. Reply to Obj. 2. A deed considered as being actually done is in the power of the doer. But it is possible to take into consideration something connected with the deed, and surpassing the faculty of the doer, for which reason he shrinks from the deed. It is in this sense that laziness, shamefacedness, and shame are reckoned as species of fear. Reply to Obj. 3. The past deed may be the occasion of fear of future reproach or disgrace, and in this sense shame is a species of fear. Reply to Obj. 4. Not every amazement and stupor are species of fear, but that amazement which is caused by a great evil, and that stupor which arises from an unwanted evil. Or else we may say that, just as laziness shrinks from the toil of external work, so amazement and stupor shrink from the difficulty of considering a great and unwanted thing, whether good or evil. So that amazement and stupor stand in relation to the act of the intellect, as laziness does to external work. Reply to Obj. 5. He who is amazed shrinks, at present, from forming a judgment of that which amazes him, fearing to fall short of the truth, but inquires afterwards, whereas he who is overcome by stupor fears both to judge at present and to inquire afterwards. Wherefore amazement is a beginning of philosophical research, whereas stupor is a hindrance thereto. End of question 41. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 42 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 42 of the object of fear, in 6 articles. We must now consider the object of fear, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether good or evil is the object of fear. Second, whether evil of nature is the object of fear. Third, whether the evil of sin is an object of fear. Fourth, whether fear itself can be feared. Fifth, whether sudden things are especially feared. Sixth, whether those things are more feared against which there is no remedy. First article: whether the object of fear is good or evil. Objection 1. It would seem that good is the object of fear. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 83, that "we fear nothing save to lose what we love and possess, or not to obtain that which we hope for." But that which we love is good. Therefore, fear regards good as its proper object. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "power, and to be above another, is a thing to be feared." But this is a good thing. Therefore good is the object of fear. Objection 3. Further, there can be no evil in God. But we are commanded to fear God, according to Psalm 33:10, "Fear the Lord, all ye saints." Therefore, even the good is an object of fear. On the contrary, Damascene says in De Fide Orth. 2:12 that fear is of future evil. I answer that, fear is a movement of the appetitive power. Now it belongs to the appetitive power to pursue and to avoid, as stated in Ethic. 6:2. And pursuit is of good, while avoidance is of evil. Consequently, whatever movement of the appetitive power implies pursuit, has some good for its object, and whatever movement implies avoidance, has an evil for its object. Wherefore, since fear implies an avoidance, in the first place and of its very nature, it regards evil as its proper object. It can, however, regard good also, in so far as referable to evil. This can be in two ways. In one way, inasmuch as an evil causes privation of good. Now a thing is evil from the very fact that it is a privation of some good. Wherefore, since evil is shunned because it is evil, it follows that it is shunned because it deprives one of the good that one pursues through love thereof. And in this sense Augustine says that there is no cause for fear save loss of the good we love. In another way, good stands related to evil as its cause, in so far as some good can by its power bring harm to the good we love. And so, just as hope, as stated above in question 40, Article 7, regards two things, namely, the good to which it tends, and the thing through which there is a hope of obtaining the desired good, so also does fear regard two things, namely, the evil from which it shrinks, and that good which, by its power, can inflict that evil. In this way, God is feared by man, inasmuch as he can inflict punishment, spiritual or corporal. In this way too we fear the power of man, especially when it has been thwarted, or when it is unjust, because then it is more likely to do us harm. In like manner, one fears to be over another, that is, to lean on another, so that it is in his power to do us a harm. Thus a man fears another who knows him to be guilty of a crime, lest he reveal it to others. This suffices for the replies to the questions. Second article: whether evil of nature is an object of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that evil of nature is not an object of fear. For the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "fear makes us take counsel." But we do not take counsel about things which happen naturally, as stated in Ethic. 3:3. Therefore evil of nature is not an object of fear. Obj. 2: Further, natural defects, such as death and the like, are always threatening man. If therefore such like evils were an object of fear, man would needs be always in fear. Obj. 3: Further, nature does not move to contraries. But evil of nature is an effect of nature. Therefore, if a man shrinks from such like evils through fear thereof, this is not an effect of nature. Therefore natural fear is not of the evil of nature, and yet it seems that it should be. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 6 that "the most terrible of all things is death, which is an evil of nature." I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5, fear is caused by the "imagination of a future evil, which is either corruptive or painful." Now just as a painful evil is that which is contrary to the will, so a corruptive evil is that which is contrary to nature, and this is the evil of nature. Consequently, evil of nature can be the object of fear. But it must be observed that evil of nature sometimes arises from a natural cause, and then it is called an evil of nature, not merely from being a privation of the good of nature, but also from being an effect of nature. Such are natural death and other like defects. But sometimes evil of nature arises from a non-natural cause, such as violent death inflicted by an assailant. In either case, evil of nature is feared to a certain extent, and to a certain extent not. For since fear arises "from the imagination of future evil," as the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5, whatever removes the imagination of the future evil, removes fear also. Now it may happen in two ways that an evil may not appear as about to be. First, through being remote and far off, for, on account of the distance, such a thing is considered as though it were not to be. Hence we either do not fear it, or fear it but little. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5, "we do not fear things that are very far off, since all know that they shall die, but as death is not near, they heed it not." Secondly, a future evil is considered as though it were not to be, on account of its being inevitable, wherefore we look upon it as already present. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that "those who are already on the scaffold are not afraid, seeing that they are on the very point of death from which there is no escape. But in order that a man be afraid, there must be some hope of escape for him." Consequently, evil of nature is not feared if it not be apprehended as future. But if evil of nature, that is corruptive, be apprehended as near at hand, and yet with some hope of escape, then it will be feared. Reply Obj. 1: The evil of nature sometimes is not an effect of nature, as stated above. But in so far as it is an effect of nature, although it may be impossible to avoid it entirely, yet it may be possible to delay it, and with this hope one may take counsel about avoiding it. Reply Obj. 2: Although evil of nature ever threatens, yet it does not always threaten from near at hand, and consequently it is not always feared. Reply Obj. 3: Death and other defects of nature are the effects of the common nature, and yet the individual nature rebels against them as far as it can. Accordingly, from the inclination of the individual nature arise pain and sorrow for such like evils, when present; fear, when threatening in the future. Third article. Whether the evil of sin is an object of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that the evil of sin can be an object of fear. For Augustine says on the canonical epistle of John, Tract 9, that "by chaste fear man fears to be severed from God." Now nothing but sin severs us from God, according to Isaiah 59:2. "Your iniquities have divided between you and your God." Therefore the evil of sin can be an object of fear. Obj. 2: Further, Cicero says in his Tusculan Questions 4-6 that "we fear when they are yet to come those things which give us pain when they are present." But it is possible for one to be pained or sorrowful on account of the evil of sin. Therefore one can also fear the evil of sin. Obj. 3: Further, hope is contrary to fear. But the good of virtue can be the object of hope, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. ix, 4. And the Apostle says in Gal. 5:10, "I have confidence in you in the Lord, that you will not be of another mind." Therefore fear can regard evil of sin. Obj. 4: Further, shame is a kind of fear, as stated above (Q. 41, A. 4). But shame regards a disgraceful deed, which is an evil of sin. Therefore fear does so likewise. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that "not all evils are feared, for instance, that someone be unjust or slow." I answer that, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 1; and Q. 41, A. 2), as the object of hope is a future good difficult but possible to obtain, so the object of fear is a future evil, arduous and not to be easily avoided. From this we may gather that whatever is entirely subject to our power and will is not an object of fear, and that nothing gives rise to fear save what is due to an external cause. Now human will is the proper cause of the evil of sin, and consequently evil of sin, properly speaking, is not an object of fear. But since the human will may be inclined to sin by some extrinsic cause, if this cause have a strong power of inclination, in that respect a man may fear the evil of sin, in so far as it arises from that extrinsic cause: as when he fears to dwell in the company of wicked men, lest he be led by them to sin. But properly speaking, a man thus disposed fears the being led astray rather than the sin considered in its proper nature, that is, as a voluntary act. For considered in this light, it is not an object of fear to him. Reply Obj. 1: Separation from God is a punishment resulting from sin, and every punishment is, in some way, due to an extrinsic cause. Reply Obj. 2: Sorrow and fear agree in one point, since each regards evil. They differ, however, in 2 points. First, because sorrow is about present evil, whereas fear is future evil. Secondly, because sorrow, being in the concupiscible faculty, regards evil absolutely, wherefore it can be about any evil, great or small, whereas fear, being in the irascible part, regards evil with the addition of a certain arduousness or difficulty, which difficulty ceases in so far as a thing is subject to the will. Consequently, not all things that give us pain when they are present makes us fear when they are yet to come, but only some things, namely those that are difficult. Reply Obj. 3: Hope is of a good that is obtainable. Now one may obtain a good either of oneself or through another, and so hope may be an act of virtue which lies within our power. On the other hand, fear is of an evil that does not lie in our power, and consequently the evil which is feared is always from an extrinsic cause, while the good that is hoped for may be both from an intrinsic and from an extrinsic cause. Reply to Obj. 4. As stated above (Q. 41, A. 4, second and third replies), shame is not fear from the very act of sin, but of the disgrace or ignominy which arises therefrom, and which is due to an extrinsic cause. Fourth article. Whether fear itself can be feared. Objection 1. It would seem that fear cannot be feared. For whatever is feared is prevented from being lost, through fear thereof. Thus a man who fears to lose his health keeps it, through fearing its loss. If therefore a man be afraid of fear, he will keep himself from fear by being afraid, which seems absurd. Obj. 2. Further, fear is a kind of flight. But nothing flies from itself. Therefore, fear cannot be the object of fear. Obj. 3. Further, fear is about the future. But fear is present to him that fears. Therefore, it cannot be the object of his fear. On the contrary, a man can love his own love, and can grieve at his own sorrow. Therefore, in like manner, he can fear his own fear. I answer that, as stated above in A. 3, nothing can be an object of fear save what is due to an extrinsic cause, but not that which ensues from our own will. Now fear partly arises from an extrinsic cause, and is partly subject to the will. It is due to an extrinsic cause, in so far as it is a passion resulting from the imagination of an imminent evil. In this sense, it is possible for fear to be the object of fear, that is, a man may fear lest he should be threatened by the necessity of fearing, through being assailed by some great evil. It is subject to the will, in so far as the lower appetite obeys reason, wherefore man is able to drive fear away. In this sense, fear cannot be the object of fear, as Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33. Lest, however, anyone make use of his arguments, in order to prove that fear cannot be at all the object of fear, we must add a solution to the same. Reply to Obj. 1. Not every fear is identically the same. There are various fears according to the various objects of fear. Nothing then prevents a man from keeping himself from fearing one thing by fearing another, so that the fear which he has preserves him from the fear which he has not. Reply to Obj. 2. Since fear of an imminent evil is not identical with the fear of imminent evil, it does not follow that a thing flies from itself, or that it is the same flight in both cases. Reply to Obj. 3. On account of the various kinds of fear already alluded to, for example in the second reply, a man's present fear may have a future fear for its object. Fifth article. Whether sudden things are especially feared. Objection 1. It would seem that unwonted and sudden things are not especially feared, because, as hope is about good things, so fear is about evil things. But experience conduces to the increase of hope in good things. Therefore, it also adds to fear in evil things. Obj. 2. Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5) that "those are feared most who are not quick-tempered, but who are gentle and cunning." Now it is clear that those who are quick-tempered are more subject to sudden emotions. Therefore sudden things are less to be feared. Obj. 3: Further, we think less about things that happen suddenly. But the more we think about a thing, the more we fear it. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that "some appear to be courageous through ignorance, but as soon as they discover that the case is different from what they expected, they run away." Therefore sudden things are feared less. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. ii, 6): "Fear is startled at things unwonted and sudden, which endanger things beloved, and takes forethought for their safety." I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), as well as Q. 41, A. 2, the object of fear is an imminent evil, which can be repelled but with difficulty. Now this is due to one of two causes: to the greatness of the evil, or to the weakness of him that fears; while unwontedness and suddenness conduce to both of these causes. First, it helps an imminent evil to seem greater: because all material things, whether good or evil, the more we consider them, the smaller they seem. Consequently, just as sorrow for a present evil is mitigated in course of time, as Cicero states in Tusculan Disputations 3:30, so too fear of a future evil is diminished by thinking about it beforehand. Secondly, unwontedness and suddenness increase the weakness of him that fears, in so far as they deprive him of the remedies with which he might otherwise provide himself to forestall the coming evil, were it not for the evil taking him by surprise. Reply Obj. 1: The object of hope is a good that is possible to obtain. Consequently, whatever increases a man's power, is of a nature to increase hope, and for the same reason to diminish fear, since fear is about an evil which cannot be easily repelled. Since therefore experience increases a man's power of action, therefore, as it increases hope, so does it diminish fear. Reply Obj. 2: Those who are quick-tempered do not hide their anger, wherefore the harm they do others is not so sudden as not to be foreseen. On the other hand, those who are gentle or cunning hide their anger, wherefrom the harm which may be impending from them cannot be foreseen, but takes one by surprise. For this reason the Philosopher says that such men are feared more than others. Reply Obj. 3: Bodily good or evil, considered in itself, seems greater at first. The reason for this is that a thing is more obvious when seen in juxtaposition with its contrary. Hence when a man passes unexpectedly from penury to wealth, he thinks more of his wealth on account of his previous poverty; while, on the other hand, the rich man who suddenly becomes poor finds poverty all the more disagreeable. For this reason sudden evil is feared more, because it seems more to be evil. However, it may happen through some accident that the greatness of some evil is hidden, for instance if the foe hides himself in ambush, and then it is true that evil inspires greater fear through being much thought about. Sixth article: Whether those things are more feared for which there is no remedy? Objection 1: It would seem that those things are not more to be feared for which there is no remedy. Because it is a condition of fear that there be some hope of safety, as stated above (A. 2). But an evil that cannot be remedied leaves no hope of escape. Therefore Such things are not feared at all. Obj. 2: Further, there is no remedy for the evil of death, since in the natural course of things there is no return from death to life. And yet death is not the most feared of all things, as the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5). Therefore those things are not feared most for which there is no remedy. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. i, 6) that "a thing which lasts long is no better than that which lasts but one day, nor is that which lasts for ever any better than that which is not everlasting." And the same applies to evil. But things that cannot be remedied seem to differ from other things, merely in the point of their lasting long or for ever. Consequently they are not therefore any worse or more to be feared. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5) that "those things are most to be feared, which when done wrong cannot be put aright, or for which there is no help, or which are not easy." I answer that, the object of fear is evil. Consequently, whatever tends to increase evil conduces to the increase of fear. Now evil is increased not only in its species of evil, but also in respect of circumstances, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 3). And of all the circumstances, long-lastingness or even everlastingness seems to have the greatest bearing on the increase of evil. Because things that exist in time are measured, in a way, according to the duration of time. Wherefore, if it be an evil to suffer something for a certain length of time, we should reckon the evil doubled if it be suffered for twice that length of time. And accordingly, to suffer the same thing for an infinite length of time, that is, for ever, implies, so to speak, an infinite increase. Now those evils which, after they have come, cannot be remedied at all, or at least not easily, are considered as lasting forever or for a long time, for which reason they inspire the greatest fear. Reply Obj. 1: Remedy for an evil is twofold. One, by which a future evil is warded off from coming. If such a remedy be removed, there is an end to hope and consequently to fear. Wherefore we do not speak now of remedies of that kind. The other remedy is one by which an already present evil is removed, and of such a remedy we speak now. Reply Obj. 2: Although death be an evil without remedy, yet, since it threatens not from near, it is not feared, as stated above (A. 2). Reply Obj. 3: The Philosopher is speaking there of things that are good in themselves, that is, good specifically. And such like good is no better for lasting long or for ever; its goodness depends on its very nature. End of question 42. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 43 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 43, of the cause of fear, in 2 articles. We must now consider the cause of fear, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether love is the cause of fear. Second, whether defect is the cause of fear. First article: whether love is the cause of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not the cause of fear. For that which leads to a thing is its cause. But "fear leads to the love of charity," as Augustine says on the canonical epistle of John, Tract 9. Therefore fear is the cause of love, and not conversely. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 5) that "those are feared most from whom we dread the advent of some evil." But the dread of evil being caused by someone makes us hate rather than love him. Therefore fear is caused by hate rather than by love. Obj. 3. Further, it has been stated above (Q. 42, A. 3) that those things which occur by our own doing are not fearful. But that which we do from love is done from our inmost heart. Therefore fear is not caused by love. On the contrary, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33, "There can be no doubt that there is no cause for fear, save the loss of what we love, when we possess it, or the failure to obtain what we hope for." Therefore all fear is caused by our loving something, and consequently love is the cause of fear. I answer that, the objects of the soul's passions stand in relation thereto as the forms to the things natural or artificial. Because the passions of the soul take their species from their objects, as the aforesaid things do from their forms. Therefore, just as whatever is a cause of the form is a cause of the thing constituted by that form, so whatever is a cause, in any way whatever, of the object is a cause of the passion. Now a thing may be a cause of the object either by way of efficient cause or by way of material disposition. Thus the object of pleasure is good apprehended as suitable and conjoined, and its efficient cause is that which causes the conjunction, or the suitableness, or goodness, or apprehension of that good thing; while its cause by way of material disposition is a habit or any sort of disposition by reason of which this conjoined good becomes suitable or is apprehended as such. Accordingly, as to the matter in question, the object of fear is something reckoned as an evil to come, near at hand, and difficult to avoid. Therefore that which can inflict such an evil is the efficient cause of the object of fear, and consequently of fear itself; while that which renders a man so disposed that that thing is such an evil to him is a cause of fear and of its object, by way of material disposition. And thus it is that love causes fear, since it is through his loving a certain good that whatever deprives a man of that good is an evil to him, and that consequently he fears it as an evil. Reply Obj. 1: As stated above (Q. 42, A. 1), fear, of itself and in the first place, regards the evil from which it recoils as being contrary to some loved good; and thus fear, of itself, is born of love. But in the second place it regards the cause from which that evil ensues, so that sometimes, accidentally, fear gives rise to love, in so far as, for instance, through fear of God's punishments, man keeps His commandments, and thus begins to hope, while hope leads to love, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 7). Reply Obj. 2: He, from whom evil is expected, is indeed hated at first, but afterwards, when once we begin to hope for good from him, we begin to love him. But the good, the contrary evil of which is feared, was loved from the beginning. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument is true of that which is the efficient cause of the evil to be feared, whereas love causes fear by way of material disposition, as stated above. Second article: Whether defect is the cause of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that defect is not a cause of fear. Because those who are in power are very much feared. But defect is contrary to power. Therefore, defect is not a cause of fear. Objection 2. Further, the defect of those who are already being executed is extreme. But such like do not fear, as stated in Rhetoric 2:5. Therefore, defect is not a cause of fear. Objection 3. Further, contests arise from strength, not from defect. But "those who contend fear those who contend with them," according to Rhetoric 2:5. Therefore, defect is not a cause of fear. On the contrary, contraries ensue from contrary causes. But wealth, strength, a multitude of friends, and power drive fear away, according to Rhetoric 2:5. Therefore, fear is caused by lack of these. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, fear may be set down to a twofold cause. One is by way of a material disposition on the part of him that fears. The other is by way of efficient cause on the part of the person feared. As to the first, then, some defect is, of itself, the cause of fear, for it is owing to some lack of power that one is unable easily to repulse a threatening evil. And yet, in order to cause fear, this defect must be according to a measure. For the defect which causes fear of a future evil is less than the defect caused by evil present, which is the object of sorrow. And still greater would be the defect, if perception of the evil, or love of the good whose contrary is feared, were entirely absent. But as to the second, power and strength are, of themselves, the cause of fear, because it is owing to the fact that the cause apprehended as harmful is powerful, that its effect cannot be repulsed. It may happen, however, in this respect, that some defect causes fear accidentally, in so far as owing to some defect someone wishes to hurt another. For instance, by reason of injustice, either because that other has already done him a harm, or because he fears to be harmed by him. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument is true of the cause of fear on the part of the efficient cause. Reply to Obj. 2. Those who are already being executed are actually suffering from a present evil, wherefore their defect exceeds the measure of fear. Reply to Obj. 3. Those who contend with one another are afraid, not on account of the power which enables them to contend, but on account of the lack of power, owing to which they are not confident of victory. End of question 43. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 44 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 44. Of the effects of fear, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of fear, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear causes contraction. Second, whether it makes men suitable for counsel. Third, whether it makes one tremble. Fourth, whether it hinders action. First article, whether fear causes contraction. Objection 1. It would seem that fear does not cause contraction. For when contraction takes place, the heat and vital spirits are withdrawn inwardly. But accumulation of heat and vital spirits in the interior parts of the body dilates the heart unto endeavors of daring, as may be seen in those who are angered, while the contrary happens in those who are afraid. Therefore, fear does not cause contraction. Objection 2. Further, when, as a result of contraction, the vital spirits and heat are accumulated in the interior parts, man cries out, as may be seen in those who are in pain. But those who fear utter nothing. On the contrary, they lose their speech. Therefore, fear does not cause contraction. Objection 3. Further, shame is a kind of fear, as stated above, in question 41, Article 4. But those who are ashamed blush, as Cicero, in his Tusculan Disputations 4:8, and the Philosopher, in his Ethics 4:9, observe. But blushing is an indication, not of contraction, but of the reverse. Therefore, contraction is not an effect of fear. On the contrary, Damascene says On the True Faith 2:23 that fear is a power according to systole, that is, contraction. I answer that, as stated above, in question 28, Article 5, in the passions of the soul, the formal element is the movement of the appetitive power, while the bodily transmutation is the material element. Both of these are mutually proportionate. And consequently, the bodily transmutation assumes a resemblance to, and the very nature of, the appetitive movement. Now, as to the appetitive movement of the soul, fear implies a certain contraction, the reason of which is that fear arises from the imagination of some threatening evil which is difficult to repel, as stated above, in question 41, Article 2. But that a thing be difficult to repel is due to lack of power, as stated above, in question 43, Article 2. And the weaker a power is, the fewer the things to which it extends. Wherefore, from the very imagination that causes fear, there ensues a certain contraction in the appetite. Thus we observe in one who is dying that nature withdraws inwardly, on account of the lack of power. And again we see the inhabitants of a city, when seized with fear, leave the outskirts, and, as far as possible, make for the inner quarters. It is in resemblance to this contraction, which pertains to the appetite of the soul, that in fear a similar contraction of heat and vital spirits toward the inner parts takes place in regard to the body. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher says On Problems 27:3, although in those who fear the vital spirits recede from outer to the inner parts of the body, yet the movement of vital spirits is not the same in those who are angry and those who are afraid. For in those who are angry, by reason of the heat and subtlety of the vital spirits, which result from the craving for vengeance, the inward movement has an upward direction, wherefore the vital spirits and heat concentrate around the heart, the result being that an angry man is quick and brave in attacking. But in those who are afraid, on account of the condensation caused by cold, the vital spirits have a downward movement, the said cold being due to the imagined lack of power. Consequently, the heat and vital spirits abandon the heart instead of concentrating around it, the result being that a man who is afraid is not quick to attack, but is more inclined to run away. Reply to Obj. 2. To everyone that is in pain, whether man or animal, it is natural to use all possible means of repelling the harmful thing that causes pain but its presence. Thus we observe that animals, when in pain, attack with their jaws or with their horns. Now the greatest help for all purposes in animals is heat and vital spirits, wherefore when they are in pain, their nature stores up the heat and vital spirits within them in order to make use thereof in repelling the harmful object. Hence the Philosopher says On Problems 27:9, when the vital spirits and heat are concentrated together within, they require to find a vent in the voice, for which reason those who are in pain can scarcely refrain from crying aloud. On the other hand, in those who are afraid, the internal heat and vital spirits move from the heart downwards, as stated above in the first reply. Wherefore fear hinders speech, which ensues from the emission of the vital spirits in an upward direction through the mouth, the result being that fear makes its subject speechless. For this reason, too, fear makes its subject tremble, as the Philosopher says On Problems 27, 1, 6, 7. Reply to Obj. 3. Mortal perils are contrary not only to the appetite of the soul, but also to nature. Consequently, in such like fear, there is contraction not only in the appetite, but also in the corporeal nature. For when an animal is moved by the imagination of death, it experiences a contraction of heat towards the inner parts of the body, as though it were threatened by natural death. Hence it is that those who are in fear of death turn pale. Ethic. 4:9. But the evil that shame fears is contrary, not to nature, but only to the appetite of the soul. Consequently there results a contraction in this appetite, but not in the corporeal nature. In fact, the soul, as though contracted in itself, is free to set the vital spirits and heat in movement, so that they spread to the outward parts of the body, the result being that those who are ashamed blush. Second article: Whether fear makes one suitable for counsel. Objection 1. It would seem that fear does not make one suitable for counsel. For the same thing cannot be conducive to counsel and a hindrance thereto. But fear hinders counsel, because every passion disturbs repose, which is requisite for the good use of reason. Therefore fear does not make a man suitable for counsel. Obj. 2. Further, counsel is an act of reason, in thinking and deliberating about the future. But a certain fear drives away all thought and dislocates the mind, as Cicero observes on the Tusculan Disputations 4:8. Therefore fear does not conduce to counsel, but hinders it. Obj. 3. Further, just as we have recourse to counsel in order to avoid evil, so do we in order to attain good things. But whereas fear is of evil to be avoided, so is hope of good things to be obtained. Therefore fear is not more conducive to counsel than hope is. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that fear makes men of counsel. I answer that a man of counsel may be taken in two ways. First, from his being willing or anxious to take counsel, and thus fear makes men of counsel. Because, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:3, we take counsel on great matters, because therein we distrust ourselves. Now things which make us afraid are not simply evil, but have a certain magnitude, both because they seem difficult to repel, and because they are apprehended as near to us, as stated above in Q. 42, A. 2. Wherefore men seek for counsel especially when they are afraid. Secondly, a man of counsel means one who is apt for giving good counsel, and in this sense neither fear nor any passion makes men of counsel. Because when a man is affected by a passion, things seem to him greater or smaller than they really are. Thus to a lover, what he loves seems better; to him that fears, what he fears seems more dreadful. Consequently, owing to the want of right judgment, every passion, considered in itself, hinders the faculty of giving good counsel. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2. The stronger a passion is, the greater the hindrance is it to the man who is swayed by it. Consequently, when fear is intense, man does indeed wish to take counsel, but his thoughts are so disturbed that he can find no counsel. If, however, the fear be slight, so as to make a man wish to take counsel, without gravely disturbing the reason, it may even make it easier for him to take good counsel by reason of his ensuing carefulness. Reply to Obj. 3. Hope also makes man a good counselor, because, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, no man takes counsel in matters he despairs of, nor about impossible things, as he says in Ethic. 3:3. But fear incites to counsel more than hope does, because hope is of good things, as being possible of attainment, whereas fear is of evil things, as being difficult to repel, so that fear regards the aspect of difficulty more than hope does. And it is in matters of difficulty, especially when we distrust ourselves, that we take counsel, as stated above. Third article: whether fear makes one tremble. Objection 1. It would seem that trembling is not an effect of fear. Because trembling is occasioned by cold. Thus we observe that a cold person trembles. Now fear does not seem to make one cold, but rather to cause a parching heat, a sign whereof is that those who fear are thirsty, especially if their fear be very great, as in the case of those who are being led to execution. Therefore, fear does not cause trembling. Obj. 2. Further, fecal evacuation is occasioned by heat. Hence laxative medicines are generally warm. But these evacuations are often caused by fear. Therefore, fear apparently causes heat, and consequently does not cause trembling. Obj. 3. Further, in fear, heat is withdrawn from the outer to the inner parts of the body. If, therefore, man trembles in his outward parts, through the heat being withdrawn thus, it seems that fear should cause this trembling in all the external members. But such is not the case. Therefore, trembling of the body is not caused by fear. On the contrary, Cicero says in his Tusculan Disputations 4:8 that "fear is followed by trembling, pallor, and chattering of the teeth." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, in fear there takes place a certain contraction from the outward to the inner parts of the body, the result being that the outer parts become cold, and for this reason trembling is occasioned in these parts, being caused by a lack of power in controlling the members; which lack of power is due to the want of heat, which is the instrument whereby the soul moves those members, as stated in De Anima ii, 4. Reply Obj. 1: When the heat withdraws from the outer to the inner parts, the inward heat increases, especially in the inferior or nutritive parts. Consequently, the humid element being spent, thirst ensues. Sometimes, indeed, the result is a loosening of the bowels, and urinary or even seminal evacuation. Or else such like evacuations are due to contraction of the abdomen and testicles, as the Philosopher says (On Problems xxii, 11). This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: In fear, heat abandons the heart, with a downward movement. Hence in those who are afraid, the heart especially trembles, as also those members which are connected with the breast where the heart resides. Hence those who fear tremble especially in their speech, on account of the tracheal artery being near the heart. The lower lip, too, and the lower jaw tremble, through their connection with the heart, which explains the chattering of teeth. For the same reason the arms and hands tremble, or else because the aforesaid members are more mobile. For which reason the knees tremble in those who are afraid, according to Isaiah 35:3: "Strengthen ye the feeble hands, and confirm the trembling knees." Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Fear Hinders Action? Objection 1: It would seem that fear hinders action. For action is hindered chiefly by a disturbance in the reason, which directs action. But fear disturbs reason, as stated above (A. 2). Therefore fear hinders action. Obj. 2: Further, those who fear while doing anything are more apt to fail. Thus a man who walks on a plank placed aloft easily falls through fear, whereas if he were to walk on the same plank down below, he would not fall, through not being afraid. Therefore fear hinders action. Obj. 3: Further, laziness or sloth is a kind of fear. But laziness hinders action. Therefore fear does too. On the contrary, the Apostle says (Phil. 2:12): "With fear and trembling work out your salvation," and he would not say this if fear were a hindrance to a good work. Therefore fear does not hinder a good action. I answer that, Man's exterior actions are caused by the soul as first mover, but by the bodily members as instruments. Now action may be hindered both by defect of the instrument, and by the defect of the principal mover. On the part of the bodily instruments, fear, considered in itself, is always apt to hinder exterior action, on account of the outward members being deprived through fear of their heat. But on the part of the soul, if the fear be moderate, without much disturbance of the reason, it conduces to working well, in so far as it causes a certain solicitude, and makes a man take counsel and work with greater attention. If, however, fear increases so much as to disturb the reason, it hinders action even on the part of the soul. But of such a fear the Apostle does not speak. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. He that falls from a plank placed aloft suffers a disturbance of his imagination through fear of the fall that is pictured to his imagination. Reply to objection 3. Everyone in fear shuns that which he fears, and therefore, since laziness is a fear of work itself as being toilsome, it hinders work by withdrawing the will from it. But fear of other things conduces to action in so far as it inclines the will to do that whereby a man escapes from what he fears. End of question 44. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 45 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 45 of Daring, in 4 articles. We must now consider daring, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether daring is contrary to fear. Second, how is daring related to hope? Third, of the cause of daring. Fourth, of its effect. First article, whether daring is contrary to fear. Objection 1. It would seem that daring is not contrary to fear. For Augustine says, in his 83 Questions, question 31, that daring is a vice. Now vice is contrary to virtue. Since, therefore, fear is not a virtue but a passion, it seems that daring is not contrary to fear. Objection 2. Further, to one thing there is one contrary. But hope is contrary to fear. Therefore, daring is not contrary to fear. Objection 3. Further, every passion excludes its opposite. But fear excludes safety. For Augustine says, in Confessions 2:6, that fear takes forethought for safety. Therefore, safety is contrary to fear. Therefore, daring is not contrary to fear. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that daring is contrary to fear. I answer that it is of the essence of contraries to be farthest removed from one another, as stated in Metaphysics 10:4. Now that which is farthest removed from fear is daring, since fear turns away from the future hurt on account of its victory over him that fears it, whereas daring turns on threatened danger because of its own victory over that same danger. Consequently, it is evident that daring is contrary to fear. Reply to objection 1. Anger, daring, and all the names of the passions can be taken in 2 ways. First, as denoting absolutely movements of the sensitive appetite in respect of some object, good or bad, and thus they are names of passions. Secondly, as denoting besides this movement a straying from the order of reason, and thus they are names of vices. It is in this sense that Augustine speaks of daring, but we are speaking of it in the first sense. Reply to objection 2. To one thing, in the same respect, there are not several contraries, but in different respects nothing prevents one thing having several contraries. Accordingly, it has been said above in question 23, Article 2, as well as in question 40, Article 4, that the irascible passions admit of a twofold contrariety: one, according to the opposition of good and evil, and thus fear is contrary to hope; the other, according to the opposition of approach and withdrawal, and thus daring is contrary to fear, and despair contrary to hope. Reply Obj. 3: Safety does not denote something contrary to fear, but merely the exclusion of fear. For he is said to be safe who fears not. Wherefore safety is opposed to fear as a privation, while daring is opposed thereto as a contrary. And as contrariety implies privation, so daring implies safety. Second article: whether daring ensues from hope. Objection 1: It would seem that daring does not ensue from hope. Because daring regards evil and fearful things, as stated in Ethics 3:7. But hope regards good things, as stated above in question 40, Article 1. Therefore they have different objects and are not in the same order. Therefore daring does not ensue from hope. Objection 2: Further, just as daring is contrary to fear, so is despair contrary to hope. But fear does not ensue from despair. In fact, despair excludes fear, as the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5. Therefore daring does not result from hope. Obj. 3: Further, daring is intent on something good, notably victory. But it belongs to hope to tend to that which is good and difficult. Therefore daring is the same as hope, and consequently does not result from it. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that "those who are hopeful are full of daring." Therefore it seems that daring ensues from hope. I answer that, as we have often stated, in question 22, Article 2, question 35, Article 1, question 41, Article 1, all these passions belong to the appetitive power. Now every movement of the appetitive power is reducible to one either of pursuit or of avoidance. Again, pursuit or avoidance is of something either by reason of itself or by reason of something else. By reason of itself, good is the object of pursuit, and evil the object of avoidance. But by reason of something else, evil can be the object of pursuit through some good attaching to it, and good can be the object of avoidance through some evil attaching to it. Now that which is by reason of something else follows that which is in reason by itself. Consequently, pursuit of evil follows pursuit of good, and avoidance of good follows avoidance of evil. Now these four things belong to four passions, since pursuit of good belongs to hope, avoidance of evil to fear, the pursuit of the fearful evil belongs to daring, and the avoidance of good to despair. It follows, therefore, that daring results from hope, since it is in hope of overcoming the threatening object of fear that one attacks it boldly. But despair results from fear, since the reason why a man despairs is because he fears the difficulty attaching to the good he should hope for. Reply Obj. 1: This argument would hold if good and evil were not coordinate objects. but because evil has a certain relation to good, since it comes after good, as privation comes after habit. Consequently, daring which pursues evil comes after hope which pursues good. Reply to Obj. 2. Although good, absolutely speaking, is prior to evil, yet avoidance of evil precedes avoidance of good, just as the pursuit of good precedes the pursuit of evil. Consequently, just as hope precedes daring, so fear precedes despair. And just as fear does not always lead to despair, but only when it is intense, so hope does not always lead to daring, save only when it is strong. Reply to Obj. 3. Although the object of daring is an evil to which, in the estimation of the daring man, the good of victory is conjoined, yet daring regards the evil, and hope regards the conjoined good. In like manner, despair regards directly the good which it turns away from, while fear regards the conjoined evil. Hence, properly speaking, daring is not a part of hope, but its effect, just as despair is an effect, not a part, of fear. For this reason, too, daring cannot be a principal passion. Third article: whether some defect is a cause of daring. Objection 1. It would seem that some defect is a cause of daring. For the Philosopher says On Problems 27:4 that lovers of wine are strong and daring. But from wine ensues the effect of drunkenness. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5) that those who have no experience of danger are bold. But want of experience is a defect. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. Obj. 3. Further, those who have suffered wrongs are wont to be daring, like the beasts when beaten, as stated in Ethic. 3, 5. But the suffering of wrongs pertains to defect. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5) that the cause of daring is the presence in the imagination of the hope that the means of safety are nigh, and that the things to be feared are either non-existent or far off. But anything pertaining to defect implies either the removal of the means of safety, or the proximity of something to be feared. Therefore, nothing pertaining to defect is a cause of daring. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, daring results from hope and is contrary to fear. Wherefore, whatever is naturally apt to cause hope or banish fear is a cause of daring. Since, however, fear and hope, and also daring, being passions, consist in a movement of the appetite and in a certain bodily transmutation, a thing may be considered as the cause of daring in two ways: whether by raising hope or by banishing fear. In one way, in the part of the appetitive movement; in another way, on the part of the bodily transmutation. On the part of the appetitive movement which follows apprehension, hope that leads to daring is roused by those things that make us reckon victory as possible. Such things regard either our own power, as bodily strength, experience of dangers, abundance of wealth, and the like; or they regard the powers of others, such as having a great number of friends, or any other means of help, especially if a man trust in the divine assistance. Wherefore, those are more daring with whom it is well in regard to godlike things, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5. Fear is banished in this way by the removal of threatening causes of fear, for instance, by the fact that a man has no enemies, through having harmed nobody, so that he is not aware of any imminent danger, since those especially appear to be threatened by danger who have harmed others. On the part of the bodily transmutation, daring is caused through the incitement of hope and the banishment of fear, by those things which raise the temperature about the heart. Wherefore the Philosopher says (De Part. Animal. 3:4) that "those whose heart is small in size are more daring, while animals whose heart is large are timid, because the natural heat is unable to give the same degree of temperature to a large as to a small heart, just as a fire does not heat a large house as well as it does a small house." He says also On Problems 27:4 that "those whose lungs contain much blood are more daring, through the heat in the heart that results therefrom." He says also in the same passage that "lovers of wine are more daring, on account of the heat of the wine." Hence it has been said above (Q. 40, A. 6) that drunkenness conduces to hope, since the heat in the heart banishes fear and raises hope, by reason of the dilatation and enlargement of the heart. Reply Obj. 1: Drunkenness causes daring, not through being a defect, but through dilating the heart, and again through making a man think greatly of himself. Reply Obj. 2: Those who have no experience of dangers are more daring, not on account of a defect, but accidentally, that is, in so far as through being inexperienced they do not know their own failings, nor the dangers that threaten. Hence it is that the removal of the cause of fear gives rise to daring. Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, "those who have been wronged are courageous, because they think that God comes to the assistance of those who suffer unjustly." Hence it is evident that no defect causes daring except accidentally, that is, in so far as some excellence attaches thereto, real or imaginary, either in oneself or in another. Fourth Article. Whether the brave are more eager at first than in the midst of danger? Objection 1: It would seem that the daring are not more eager at first than in the midst of danger. Because trembling is caused by fear, which is contrary to daring, as stated above (A. 1; Q. 44, A. 3). But the daring sometimes tremble at first, as the Philosopher says On Problems 27:3. Therefore they are not more eager at first than in the midst of danger. Obj. 2: Further, passion is intensified by an increase in its object. Thus, since a good is lovable, what is better is yet more lovable. But the object of daring is something difficult. Therefore the greater the difficulty, the greater the daring. But danger is more arduous and difficult when present. It is then, therefore, that daring is greatest. Obj. 3: Further, anger is provoked by the infliction of wounds. But anger causes daring, for the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "anger makes man bold." Therefore, when man is in the midst of danger and when he is being beaten, then he is the most daring. On the contrary, it is said in Ethic. 3:7 that "the daring are precipitate and full of eagerness before the danger, yet in the midst of dangers they stand aloof." I answer that, daring, being a movement of the sensitive appetite, follows an apprehension of the sensitive faculty. But the sensitive faculty cannot make comparisons, nor can it inquire into circumstances. Its judgment is instantaneous. Now it happens sometimes that it is impossible for a man to take note in an instant of all the difficulties of a certain situation. Hence there arises the movement of daring to face the danger, so that when he comes to experience the danger, he feels the difficulty to be greater than he expected, and so gives way. On the other hand, reason discusses all the difficulties of a situation. Consequently, men of fortitude who face danger according to the judgment of reason, at first seem slack, because they face the danger not from passion, but with due deliberation. Yet when they are in the midst of danger, they experience nothing unforeseen, but sometimes the difficulty turns out to be less than they anticipated, wherefore they are more persevering. Moreover, it may be because they face the danger on account of the good of virtue, which is the abiding object of their will, however great the danger may prove. Whereas men of daring face the danger on account of a mere thought giving rise to hope and banishing fear, as stated above in Article 3. Reply to Obj. 1. Trembling does occur in men of daring, on account of the heat being withdrawn from the outer to the inner parts of the body, as also occurs in those who are afraid. But in men of daring, the heat withdraws to the heart, where in those who are afraid, it withdraws to the inferior parts. Reply to Obj. 2. The object of love is good simply, wherefore, if it be increased, love is increased simply. But the object of daring is a compound of good and evil, and the movement of daring towards evil presupposes the movement of hope towards good. If, therefore, so much difficulty be added to the danger that it overcomes hope, the movement of daring does not ensue, but fails. But if the movement of daring does ensue, the greater the danger, the greater is the daring considered to be. Reply to Obj. 3. Hurt does not give rise to anger unless there be some kind of hope, as we shall see later on in Question 46, Article 1. Consequently, if the danger be so great as to banish all hope of victory, anger does not ensue. It is true, however, that if anger does ensue, there will be greater daring. End of question 45. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 46 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 46. Of anger, in itself, in 8 articles. We must now consider anger. And 1. Anger in itself. 2. The cause of anger and its remedy. 3. The effect of anger. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether anger is a special passion. Second, whether the object of anger is good or evil. Third, whether anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Fourth, whether anger is accompanied by an act of reason. Fifth, whether anger is more natural than desire. 6th, whether anger is more grievous than hatred. 7th, whether anger is only towards those with whom we have a relation of justice. 8th, of the species of anger. First article, whether anger is a special passion. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is not a special passion. For the irascible power takes its name from anger, ira. But there are several passions in this power, not only one. Therefore, anger is not one special passion. Objection 2. Further, to every special passion there is a contrary passion, as is evident by going through them one by one. But no passion is contrary to anger, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 3). Therefore, anger is not a special passion. Objection 3. Further, one special passion does not include another. But anger includes several passions, since it accompanies sorrow, pleasure, and hope, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric ii, 2. Therefore, anger is not a special passion. On the contrary, Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 16) calls anger a special passion. And so does Cicero in the Tusculan Disputations 4:7. I answer that, a thing is said to be general in two ways. First, by predication. Thus animal is general in respect of all animals. Secondly, by causality. Thus the sun is the general cause of all things generated here below, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv). Because just as a genus contains potentially many differences, according to a likeness of matter, so an efficient cause contains many effects according to its active power. Now it happens that an effect is produced by the concurrence of various causes. And since every cause remains somewhat in its effect, we may say that, in yet a third way, an effect which is due to the concurrence of several causes has a certain generality, inasmuch as several causes are, in a fashion, actually existing therein. Accordingly, in the first way, anger is not a general passion, but is condivided with other passions, as stated above in Q. 23, A. 4. In like manner, neither is it in the second way, since it is not a cause of the other passions. But in this way, love may be called a general passion, as Augustine declares (De Civ. Dei xiv, 7, 9), because love is the primary root of all the other passions, as stated above (Q. 27, A. 4). But in a third way, anger may be called a general passion, inasmuch as it is caused by a concurrence of several passions. Because the movement of anger does not arise save on account of some pain inflicted, and unless there be desire and hope of revenge. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 2, "The angry man hopes to punish, since he craves for revenge as being possible." Consequently, if the person who inflicted the injury excel very much, anger does not ensue, but only sorrow, as Avicenna states in De Anima iv, 6. Reply Obj. 1. The irascible power takes its name from ira, anger, not because every movement of that power is one of anger, but because all its movements terminate in anger, and because, of all these movements, anger is the most patent. Reply to Obj. 2: From the very fact that anger is caused by contrary passions, that is, by hope, which is of good, and by sorrow, which is of evil, it includes in itself contrariety, and consequently it has no contrary outside of itself. Thus also in mixed colors there is no contrariety, except that of the simple colors from which they are made. Reply to Obj. 3: Anger includes several passions, not indeed as a genus includes several species, but rather according to the inclusion of cause and effect. Second article: Whether the object of anger is good or evil? Objection 1: It would seem that the object of anger is evil. For Gregory of Nyssa says (De Natura Boni xxi) that anger is "the sword-bearer of desire," inasmuch, to wit, as it assails whatever obstacle stands in the way of desire. But an obstacle has the character of evil. Therefore anger regards evil as its object. Obj. 2: Further, anger and hatred agree in their effect, since each seeks to inflict harm on another. But hatred regards evil as its object, as stated above (Q. 29, A. 1). Therefore anger does also. Obj. 3: Further, anger arises from sorrow, wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. viii, 6) that "anger acts with sorrow." But evil is the object of sorrow. Therefore it is also the object of anger. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. ii, 6) that "anger craves for revenge." But the desire for revenge is a desire for something good, since revenge belongs to justice. Therefore the object of anger is good. Moreover, anger is always accompanied by hope, wherefore it causes pleasure, as the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2). But the object of hope and of pleasure is good. Therefore good is also the object of anger. I answer that, The movement of the appetitive power follows an act of the apprehensive power. Now the apprehensive power apprehends a thing in two ways. First, by way of an incomplex object, as when we understand what a man is. Secondly, by way of a complex object, as when we understand that whiteness is in a man. Consequently, in each of these ways the appetitive power can tend to both good and evil: by way of a simple and incomplex object, when the appetite simply follows and adheres to good, or recoils from evil, and such movements are desire, hope, pleasure, sorrow, and so forth. By way of a complex object, as when the appetite is concerned with some good or evil being in or being done to another, either seeking this or recoiling from it. This is evident in the case of love and hatred. For we love someone in so far as we wish some good to be in him, and we hate someone in so far as we wish some evil to be in him. It is the same with anger. For when a man is angry, he wishes to be avenged on someone. Hence the movement of anger has a twofold tendency, notably to vengeance itself, which it desires and hopes for as being a good, wherefore it takes pleasure in it; and to the person on whom it seeks vengeance, as to something contrary and hurtful, which bears the character of evil. We must, however, observe a twofold difference in this respect between anger on the one side and hatred and love on the other. The first difference is that anger always regards two objects, whereas love and hatred sometimes regard but one object, as when a man is said to love wine or something of the kind, or to hate it. The second difference is that both the objects of love are good, since the lover wishes good to someone as to something agreeable to himself, while both the objects of hatred bear the character of evil, for the man who hates wishes evil to someone as to something disagreeable to him. Whereas anger regards one object under the aspect of evil, notably the noxious person, on whom it seeks to be avenged. Consequently, it is a passion somewhat made up of contrary passions. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Third article: whether anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is in the concupiscible faculty. For Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations 4:9 that anger is a kind of desire. But desire is in the concupiscible faculty. Therefore anger is too. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says in his rule that anger grows into hatred. And Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations 4:9 that hatred is inveterate anger. But hatred, like love, is a concupiscible passion. Therefore, anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Objection 3. Further, Damascene in On the True Faith 2:16 and Gregory of Nyssa in On the Nature of Man 21 say that anger is made up of sorrow and desire. Both of these are in the concupiscible faculty. Therefore, anger is a concupiscible passion. On the contrary, the concupiscible is distinct from the irascible faculty. If therefore anger were in the concupiscible power, the irascible would not take its name from it. I answer that, as stated above in question 23, Article 1, the passions of the irascible part differ from the passions of the concupiscible faculty, in that the objects of the concupiscible passions are good and evil absolutely considered, whereas the objects of the irascible passions are good and evil in a certain elevation or arduousness. Now it has been stated in Article 2 that anger regards two objects, notably the vengeance that it seeks, and the person on whom it seeks vengeance. And in respect of both, anger requires a certain arduousness. For the movement of anger does not arise unless there be some magnitude about both these objects, since "we make no ado about things that are not or very minute," as the Philosopher observes in Rhetoric 2:2. It is therefore evident that anger is not in the concupiscible, but in the irascible faculty. Reply to Obj. 1. Cicero gives the name of desire to any kind of craving for a future good, without discriminating between that which is arduous and that which is not. Accordingly, he reckons anger as a kind of desire, inasmuch as it is a desire of revenge. In this sense, however, desire is common to the irascible and concupiscible faculties. Reply to Obj. 2. Anger is said to grow into hatred, not as though the same passion, which at first was anger, afterwards becomes hatred by becoming inveterate, but by a process of causality. For anger, when it lasts a long time, engenders hatred. Reply to Obj. 3. Anger is said to be composed of sorrow and desire, not as though they were its parts, but because they are its causes. And it has been said above (Q. 25, A. 2) that the concupiscible passions are the causes of the irascible passions. Fourth article. Whether anger requires an act of reason? Objection 1. It would seem that anger does not require an act of reason. For, since anger is a passion, it is in the sensitive appetite. But the sensitive appetite follows an apprehension, not of reason, but of the sensitive faculty. Therefore, anger does not require an act of reason. Objection 2. Further, dumb animals are devoid of reason, and yet they are seen to be angry. Therefore, anger does not require an act of reason. Objection 3. Further, drunkenness fetters the reason, whereas it is conducive to anger. Therefore, anger does not require an act of reason. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that anger listens to reason somewhat. I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), anger is a desire for vengeance. Now vengeance implies a comparison between the punishment to be inflicted and the hurt done. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that anger, as if it had drawn the inference that it ought to quarrel with such a person, is therefore immediately exasperated. Now to compare and to draw an inference is an act of reason. Therefore anger, in a fashion, requires an act of reason. Reply to Obj. 1. The movement of the appetitive power may follow an act of reason in two ways. In the first way, it follows the reason in so far as the reason commands, and thus the will follows reason, wherefore it is called the rational appetite. In another way, it follows reason in so far as the reason denounces, and thus anger follows reason. For the Philosopher says (On Problems xxviii, 3) that anger follows reason not in obedience to reason's command, but as a result of reason's denouncing the injury. Because the sensitive appetite is subject to the reason, not immediately, but through the will. Reply to Obj. 2. Dumb animals have a natural instinct imparted to them by the divine reason, in virtue of which they are gifted with movements, both internal and external, like unto rational movements, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 3). Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in Ethic. vii, 6, anger listens somewhat to reason, in so far as reason denounces the injury inflicted, but listens not perfectly, because it does not observe the rule of reason as to the measure of vengeance. Anger, therefore, requires an act of reason, and yet proves a hindrance to reason. Wherefore the Philosopher says (On Problems 3, 2, 27) that those who are very drunk, so as to be incapable of the use of reason, do not get angry, but those who are slightly drunk do get angry, through being still able, though hampered, to form a judgment of reason. Fifth article. Whether anger is more natural than desire? Objection 1. It would seem that anger is not more natural than desire. Because it is proper to man to be by nature a gentle animal. But gentleness is contrary to anger, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric ii, 3. Therefore, anger is no more natural than desire. In fact, it seems to be altogether unnatural to man. Objection 2. Further, reason is contrasted with nature, since those things that act according to reason are not said to act according to nature. Now, anger requires an act of reason, but desire does not, as stated in Ethic. vii, 6. Therefore, desire is more natural than anger. Objection 3. Further, anger is a craving for vengeance, while desire is a craving for those things especially which are pleasant to the touch, notably, for pleasures of the table and for sexual pleasures. But these things are more natural to man than vengeance. Therefore, desire is more natural than anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 6 that anger is more natural than desire. I answer that, by natural, we mean that which is caused by nature, as stated in Phys. ii, 1. Consequently, the question as to whether a particular passion is more or less natural cannot be decided without reference to the cause of that passion. Now the cause of a passion, as stated above in question 36, Article 2, may be considered in two ways. First, on the part of the object; secondly, on the part of the subject. If then we consider the cause of anger and of desire on the part of the object, thus desire, especially of pleasures of the table and of sexual pleasures, is more natural than anger, in so far as these pleasures are more natural to man than vengeance. If, however, we consider the cause of anger on the part of the subject, thus anger, in a manner, is more natural, and, in a manner, desire is more natural. Because the nature of an individual man may be considered either as to the generic, or as to the specific nature, or again, as to the particular temperament of the individual. If then we consider the generic nature, that is, the nature of this man considered as an animal, thus desire is more natural than anger, because it is from this very generic nature that man is inclined to desire those things which tend to preserve him, the life both of the species and of the individual. If, however, we consider the specific nature, that is, the nature of this man as a rational being, then anger is more natural to man than desire, in so far as anger follows reason more than desire does. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. iv, 5 that revenge, which pertains to anger, is more natural to man than meekness. For it is natural to everything to rise up against things contrary and hurtful. And if we consider the nature of the individual, in respect of his particular temperament, thus anger is more natural than desire. For the reason that anger is prone to ensue from the natural tendency to anger, more than desire, or any other passion, is to ensue from a natural tendency to desire, which tendencies result from a man's individual temperament. Because disposition to anger is due to a bilious temperament, and of all the humors the bile moves quickest, for it is like fire. Consequently, he that is temperamentally disposed to anger is sooner incensed with anger than he that is temperamentally disposed to desire, is inflamed with desire. And for this reason the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:6 that a disposition to anger is more liable to be transmitted from the parent to child than a disposition to desire. Reply to Obj. 1. We may consider in man both the natural temperament on the part of the body and the reason. On the part of the bodily temperament, a man, considered specifically, does not naturally excel others either in anger or in any other passion, on account of the moderation of his temperament. But other animals, forasmuch as their temperament recedes from this moderation and approaches to an extreme disposition, are naturally disposed to some excessive passion, such as the lion in daring, the hound in anger, the hare in fear, and so forth. On the part of reason, however, it is natural to man both to be angry and to be gentle, insofar as reason somewhat causes anger, by denouncing the injury which causes anger, and somewhat appeases anger, insofar as the angry man does not listen perfectly to the command of reason, as stated above in Article 4, third reply. Reply to Obj. 2. Reason itself belongs to the nature of man, wherefore from the very fact that anger requires an act of reason, it follows that it is, in a manner, natural to man. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument regards anger and desire on the part of the object. Sixth article. Whether anger is more grievous than hatred. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is more grievous than hatred. For it is written in Proverbs 27:4 that anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth. But hatred sometimes has mercy. Therefore, anger is more grievous than hatred. Objection 2. Further, it is worse to suffer evil and to grieve for it than merely to suffer it. But when a man hates, he is contented if the object of his hatred suffer evil, whereas the angry man is not satisfied unless the object of his anger know it and be aggrieved thereby, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4. Therefore, anger is more grievous than hatred. Obj. 3. Further, a thing seems to be so much the more firm according as more things concur to set it up. Thus a habit is all the more settled through being caused by several acts. But anger is caused by the concurrence of several passions, as stated above in Article 1, whereas hatred is not. Therefore, anger is more settled and more grievous than hatred. On the contrary, Augustine, in his Rule, compares hatred to a beam, but anger to a mote. I answer that the species and nature of a passion are taken from its object. Now the object of anger is the same in substance as the object of hatred, since, just as the hater wishes evil to him whom he hates, so does the angry man wish evil to him with whom he is angry. But there is a difference of aspect. For the hater wishes evil to his enemy as evil, whereas the angry man wishes evil to him with whom he is angry, not as evil, but insofar as it has an aspect of good, that is, insofar as he reckons it as just, since it is a means of vengeance. Wherefore also it has been said above in Article 2, that hatred implies application of evil to evil, whereas anger denotes application of good to evil. Now it is evident that to seek evil under the aspect of justice is a lesser evil than simply to seek evil to someone. Because to wish evil to someone under the aspect of justice may be according to the virtue of justice, if it be in conformity with the order of reason. And anger fails only in this, that it does not obey the precept of reason in taking vengeance. Consequently, it is evident that hatred is far worse and graver than anger. Reply to Obj. 1. In anger and hatred, 2 points may be considered, namely, the thing desired, and the intensity of the desire. As to the thing desired, anger has more mercy than hatred does. For since hatred desires another's evil for evil's sake, it is satisfied with no particular measure of evil, because those things that are desired for their own sake are desired without measure, as the Philosopher states in Polit. I, 3, instancing a miser with regard to riches. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 12:16, "An enemy, if he find an opportunity, will not be satisfied with blood." Anger, on the other hand, seeks evil only under the aspect of a just means of vengeance. Consequently, when the evil inflicted goes beyond the measure of justice according to the estimate of the angry man, then he has mercy. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 4 that "the angry man is appeased if many evils befall, whereas the hater is never appeased." As to the intensity of the desire, anger excludes mercy more than hatred does, because the movement of anger is more impetuous through the heating of the bile. Hence the passage quoted continues, "Who can bear the violence of one provoked?" Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above, an angry man wishes evil to someone, in so far as this evil is a means of just vengeance. Now vengeance is wrought by the infliction of a punishment, and the nature of punishment consists in being contrary to the will, painful, and inflicted for some fault. Consequently, an angry man desires this, that the person whom he is hurting may feel it and may be in pain, and know that this has befallen him on account of the harm he has done the other. The hater, on the other hand, cares not for all of this, since he desires another's evil as such. It is not true, however, that an evil is worse through giving pain, because "injustice and imprudence, although evil, yet being voluntary, do not grieve those in whom they are," as the Philosopher observes in Rhetoric ii, 4. Reply to Obj. 3. That which proceeds from several causes is more settled when these causes are of one kind, but it may be that one cause prevails over many others. Now hatred ensues from a more lasting cause than anger does, because anger arises from an emotion of the soul due to the wrong inflicted, whereas hatred ensues from a disposition in a man, by reason of which he considers that which he hates to be contrary and hurtful to him. Consequently, as a passion is more transitory than disposition or habit, so anger is less lasting than hatred, although hatred itself is a passion ensuing from this disposition. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 4 that "hatred is more incurable than anger." Seventh article. Whether anger is only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice? Objection 1: It would seem that anger is not only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice. For there is no justice between man and irrational beings. And yet sometimes one is angry with irrational beings. Thus, out of anger, a writer throws away his pen, or a rider strikes his horse. Therefore, anger is not only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice. Obj. 2: Further, there is no justice towards oneself, nor is there justice towards one's own. Ethics v, 6. But sometimes a man is angry with himself. For instance, a penitent on account of his sin. Hence it is written in Psalm 4:5, "Be ye angry and sin not." Therefore, anger is not only towards those with whom one has a relation of justice. Obj. 3: Further, justice and injustice can be of one man towards an entire class or a whole community. For instance, when the state injures an individual. But anger is not towards a class, but only towards an individual, as the Philosopher states in Rhet. ii, 4. Therefore, properly speaking, anger is not towards those with whom one is in relation of justice or injustice. The contrary, however, may be gathered from the Philosopher in Rhet. 2, 2, 3. I answer that, as stated above in A. 6, anger desires evil as being a means of just vengeance. Consequently, anger is towards those to whom we are just or unjust, since vengeance is an act of justice, and wrongdoing is an act of injustice. Therefore, both on the part of the cause, notably the harm done by another, and on the part of the vengeance sought by the angry man, it is evident that anger concerns those to whom one is just or unjust. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above in A. 4, second reply, anger, though it follows an act of reason, can nevertheless be in dumb animals that are devoid of reason, in so far as through their natural instinct they are moved by their imagination to something like rational action. Since then in man there is both reason and imagination, the movement of anger can be aroused in man in two ways. First, when only his imagination denounces the injury, and in this way man is aroused to a movement of anger even against irrational and inanimate beings, which movement is like that which occurs in animals against anything that injures them. Secondly, by the reason denouncing the injury, and thus, according to the Philosopher in Rhet. 2, 3, it is impossible to be angry with insensible things or with the dead, because they feel no pain, which is, above all, what the angry man seeks in those with whom he is angry, and because there is no question of vengeance on them, since they can do us no harm. Reply to Obj. 2: As the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 11, metaphorically speaking, there is a certain justice and injustice between a man and himself, in so far as the reason rules the irascible and concupiscible parts of the soul. And in this sense a man is said to be avenged on himself, and consequently to be angry with himself. But properly, and in accordance with the nature of things, a man is never angry with himself. Reply to Obj. 3: The Philosopher in Rhet. 2, 4 assigns as one difference between hatred and anger, that hatred may be felt towards a class, as when we hate the entire class of thieves, whereas anger is directed only towards an individual. The reason is that hatred arises from our considering a quality as disagreeing with our disposition, and this may refer to a thing in general or in particular. Anger, on the other hand, ensues from someone having injured us by his action. Now, all actions are the deeds of individuals, and consequently, anger is always pointed at an individual. When the whole state hurts us, the whole state is reckoned as one individual. Confer question 29, Article 6. Eighth Article. Whether the species of anger are suitably assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that Damascene, in On the True Faith 2:16, unsuitably assigns three species of anger: wrath, ill will, and rancor. For no genus derives its specific differences from accidents. But these three are diversified in respect of an accident, because the beginning of the movement of anger is called wrath, cholos. If anger continue, it is called ill will, menis. While rancor, kotos, is anger waiting for an opportunity of vengeance. Therefore, these are not different species of anger. Objection 2. Further, Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations 4:9 that escandentia, irascibility, is what the Greeks call thymosis, and is a kind of anger that arises and subsides intermittently, while according to Damascene, thymosis is the same as kotos, rancor. Therefore, kotos does not bide its time for taking vengeance, but in course of time spends itself. Objection 3. Further, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 21:4, gives 3 degrees of anger, namely, anger without utterance, anger with utterance, and anger with perfection of speech, corresponding to the 3 degrees mentioned by our Lord in Matthew 5:22. Whosoever is angry with his brother, thus implying anger without utterance, and then whoever shall say to his brother Raka, implying anger with utterance yet without full expression, and lastly, whoever shall say thou fool, where we have perfection of speech. Therefore, Damascene's division is imperfect, since it takes no account of utterance. On the contrary, stands the authority of Damascene, On the True Faith 2:16, and Gregory of Nyssa, On the Nature of Man 21. I answer that, the species of anger given by Damascene and Gregory of Nyssa are taken from those things which give increase to anger. This happens in 3 ways. First, from facility of the movement itself, and he calls this kind of anger cholos, bile, because it is quickly aroused. Secondly, on the part of the grief that causes anger, and which dwells some time in the memory. This belongs to menis, ill will, which is derived from menein, to dwell. Thirdly, on the part of that which the angry man seeks, notably vengeance, and this pertains to kotos, rancor, which never rests until it is avenged. Confer Ephesians 4:31, let all bitterness and anger and indignation be put away from you. Hence the Philosopher, in Ethics 4:5, calls some angry persons acrokoloi, choleric, because they are easily angered. Some he calls pikroi, bitter, because they retain their anger for a long time. And some he calls kalapoi, ill-tempered, because they never rest until they have retaliated. Confer Secunda Secundae, question 158, Article 5. Reply to Objection 1. All those things which give anger some kind of perfection are not altogether accidental to anger, and consequently nothing prevents them from causing a certain specific difference thereof. Reply to Objection 2. Irascibility, which Cicero mentions, seems to pertain to the first species of anger, which consists in a certain quickness of temper, rather than to rancor, furor. And there is no reason why the Greek thymosis, which is denoted by the Latin furor, should not signify both quickness to anger and firmness of purpose in being avenged. Reply to Objection 3. These degrees are distinguished according to various effects of anger, and not according to degrees of perfection in the very movement of anger. End of question 46. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 47 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 47. Of the cause that provokes anger, and of the remedies of anger, in 4 articles. Translator's note: there is no further mention of these remedies in the text, except in Article 4. We must now consider the cause that provokes anger, and its remedies. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the motive of anger is always something done against the one who is angry. Second, whether slight or contempt is the sole motive of anger. Third, of the cause of anger on the part of the angry person. Fourth, of the cause of anger on the part of the person with whom one is angry. First article: whether the motive of anger is always something done against the one who is angry. Objection 1. It would seem that the motive of anger is not always something done against the one who is angry. Because man, by sinning, can do nothing against God, since it is written in Job 35:6, "If thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him?" And yet God is spoken of as being angry with man on account of sin, according to Psalm 105:40. "The Lord was exceedingly angry with his people." Therefore it is not always on account of something done against him that a man is angry. Objection 2. Further, anger is a desire for vengeance. But one may desire vengeance for things done against others. Therefore we are not always angry on account of something done against us. Objection 3. Further, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:2, man is angry especially with those "who despise what he takes a great interest in. Thus men who study philosophy are angry with those who despise philosophy." and so forth. But contempt of philosophy does not harm the philosopher. Therefore it is not always a harm done to us that makes us angry. Obj. 4: Further, he that holds his tongue when another insults him provokes him to greater anger, as Chrysostom observes in his Homily 22 on the letter to the Romans. But by holding his tongue he does the other no harm. Therefore a man is not always provoked to anger by something done against him. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 4 that anger is always due to something done to oneself, whereas hatred may arise without anything being done to us, for we hate a man simply because we think him such. I answer that, as stated above in question 46, Article 6, anger is the desire to hurt another for the purpose of just vengeance. Now, unless some injury has been done, there is no question of vengeance, nor does any injury provoke one to vengeance, but only that which is done to the person who seeks vengeance. For just as everything naturally seeks its own good, so does it naturally repel its own evil. But injury done by anyone does not affect a man unless in some way it be something done against him. Consequently, the motive of a man's anger is always something done against him. Reply to Obj. 1: We speak of anger in God not as of a passion of the soul, but as of judgment of justice, inasmuch as He wills to take vengeance on sin. Because the sinner, by sinning, cannot do God any actual harm, but so far as he himself is concerned, he acts against God in two ways. First, insofar as he despises God in His commandments. Secondly, insofar as he harms himself or another, which injury redounds to God, inasmuch as the person injured is an object of God's providence and protection. Reply to Obj. 2: If we are angry with those who harm others and seek to be avenged on them, it is because those who are injured belong in some way to us, either by some kinship or friendship, or at least because of the nature we have in common. Reply to Obj. 3: When we take a very great interest in a thing, we look upon it as our own good, so that if anyone despise it, it seems as though we ourselves were despised and injured. Reply to Obj. 4: Silence provokes the insulter to anger when he thinks it is due to contempt, as though his anger were slighted, and a slight is an action. Second article: Whether the sole motive of anger is slight or contempt? Objection 1: It would seem that slight or contempt is not the sole motive of anger. For Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 16) that we are angry "when we suffer or think that we are suffering an injury." But one may suffer an injury without being despised or slighted. Therefore a slight is not the only motive of anger. Obj. 2: Further, desire for honor and grief for a slight belong to the same object. But dumb animals do not desire honor. Therefore they are not grieved by being slighted. And yet they are roused to anger when wounded, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 8. Therefore a slight is not the sole motive of anger. Obj. 3: Further, The Philosopher, in Rhetoric 2:2, gives many other causes of anger, for instance, being forgotten by others, that others should rejoice in our misfortunes, that they should make known our evils, being hindered from doing as we like. Therefore, being slighted is not the only motive for being angry. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:2 that anger is a desire with sorrow for vengeance on account of a seeming slight done unbecomingly. I answer that, all the causes of anger are reduced to slight. For slight is of three kinds, as stated in Rhetoric 2:2, notably, contempt, despiteful treatment, that is, hindering one from doing one's will, and insolence. And all motives of anger are reduced to these three. Two reasons may be assigned for this. First, because anger seeks another's hurt as being a means of just vengeance. Wherefore it seeks vengeance in so far as it seems just. Now just vengeance is taken only for that which is done unjustly. Hence that which provokes anger is always something considered in the light of an injustice. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3 that men are not angry if they think they have wronged someone and are suffering justly on that account, because there is no anger at what is just. Now injury is done to another in three ways, namely, through ignorance, through passion, and through choice. Then most of all a man does an injustice when he does an injury from choice, on purpose, or from deliberate malice, as stated in Ethics 5:8. Wherefore we are most of all angry with those who, in our opinion, have hurt us on purpose. For if we think that someone has done us an injury through ignorance or through passion, either we are not angry with them at all, or very much less, since to do anything through ignorance or through passion takes away from the notion of injury, and to a certain extent calls for mercy and forgiveness. Those, on the other hand, who do an injury on purpose, seem to sin from contempt, wherefore we are angry with them most of all. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3 that we are either not angry at all, or not very angry with those who have acted through anger, because they do not seem to have acted slightingly. The second reason is because a slight is opposed to a man's excellence, because men think little of things that are not worth much ado. Rhetoric 2:2. Now we seek for some kind of excellence from all our goods. Consequently, whatever injury is inflicted on us, in so far as it is derogatory to our excellence, seems to savor of a slight. Reply to Obj. 1. Any other cause besides contempt, through which a man suffers an injury, takes away from the notion of injury. Contempt or slight alone adds to the motive of anger, and consequently is of itself the cause of anger. Reply to Obj. 2. Although a dumb animal does not seek honor as such, yet it naturally seeks a certain superiority, and is angry with anything derogatory thereto. Reply to Obj. 3. Each of those causes amounts to some kind of slight. Thus forgetfulness is a clear sign of slight esteem, for the more we think of a thing, the more it is fixed in our memory. Again, if a man does not hesitate by his remarks to give pain to another, this seems to show that he thinks little of him. and those too who show signs of hilarity when another is in misfortune seem to care little about his good or evil. Again, he that hinders another from carrying out his will, without deriving thereby any profit to himself, seems not to care much for his friendship. Consequently, all those things, in so far as they are signs of contempt, provoke anger. Third article: whether a man's excellence is the cause of his being angry. Objection 1: It would seem that a man's excellence is not the cause of his being more easily angry. For the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2) that "some are angry especially when they are grieved, for instance the sick, the poor, and those who are disappointed." But these things seem to pertain to defect. Therefore defect rather than excellence makes one prone to anger. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2) that "some are very much inclined to be angry when they are despised for failing or weakness, of the existence of which there are grounds for suspicion. But if they think they excel in those points, they do not trouble." But a suspicion of this kind is due to some defect. Therefore defect rather than excellence is a cause of a man being angry. Obj. 3: Further, whatever savors of excellence makes a man agreeable and hopeful. But the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 3) that "men are not angry when they play, make jokes, or take part in a feast, nor when they are prosperous or successful, nor in moderate pleasures and well-founded hope." Therefore excellence is not a cause of anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 9) that excellence makes men prone to anger. I answer that, the cause of anger in the man who is angry may be taken in two ways. First, in respect of the motive of anger, and thus excellence is the cause of a man being easily angered. Because the motive of anger is an unjust slight, as stated above in A. 2. Now it is evident that the more excellent a man is, the more unjust is a slight offered him in the matter in which he excels. Consequently, those who excel in any matter are most of all angry if they be slighted in that matter, for instance, a wealthy man in his riches, or an orator in his eloquence, and so forth. Secondly, the cause of anger in the man who is angry may be considered on the part of the disposition produced in him by the motive aforesaid. Now it is evident that nothing moves a man to anger except a hurt that grieves him, while whatever savors of defect is above all a cause of grief. Since men who suffer from some defect are more easily hurt, and this is why men who are weak or subject to some other defect are more easily angered, since they are more easily grieved. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2: If a man be despised in a matter in which he evidently excels greatly, he does not consider himself the loser thereby, and therefore is not grieved, and in this respect he is less angered. But in another respect, in so far as he is more undeservedly despised, he has more reason for being angry, unless perhaps he thinks that he is envied or insulted not through contempt, but through ignorance or some other like cause. Reply to Obj. 3: All these things hinder anger insofar as they hinder sorrow, but in another respect they are naturally apt to provoke anger, because they make it more unseemly to insult anyone. Fourth article: whether a person's defect is a reason for being more easily angry with him. Objection 1: It would seem that a person's defect is not a reason for being more easily angry with him. For the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 3 that "we are not angry with those who confess and repent and humble themselves. On the contrary, we are gentle with them. Wherefore dogs bite not those who sit down." But these things savor of littleness and defect. Therefore littleness of a person is a reason for being less angry with him. Obj. 2: Further, there is no greater defect than death. But anger ceases at the sight of death. Therefore defect of a person does not provoke anger against him. Obj. 3: Further, no one thinks little of a man through his being friendly towards him. But we are more angry with friends if they offend us or refuse to help us. Hence it is written in Psalm 54:13, "If my enemy had reviled me, I would verily have borne with it." Therefore a person's defect is not a reason for being more easily angry with him. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 2 that "the rich man is angry with the poor man, if the latter despise him. And in like manner the prince is angry with his subject." I answer that, as stated above in Articles 2 and 3, unmerited contempt more than anything else is a provocative of anger. Consequently, deficiency or littleness in the person with whom we are angry tends to increase our anger, insofar as it adds to the unmeritedness of being despised. For just as the higher a man's position is, the more undeservedly he is despised, so the lower it is, the less reason he has for despising. Thus a nobleman is angry if he be insulted by a peasant, a wise man if by a fool, a master if by a servant. If, however, the littleness or deficiency lessens the unmerited contempt, then it does not increase but lessens anger. In this way those who repent of their ill deeds and confess that they have done wrong, who humble themselves and ask pardon, mitigate anger, according to Proverbs 15:1. "A mild answer breaketh wrath." Because, to wit, they seem not to despise, but rather to think much of those before whom they humble themselves. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2: There are two reasons why anger ceases at the sight of death. One is because the dead are incapable of sorrow and sensation, and this is chiefly what the angry seek in those with whom they are angered. Another reason is because the dead seem to have attained to the limit of evils. Hence anger ceases in regard to all who are grievously hurt, insofar as this hurt surpasses the measure of just retaliation. Reply to Obj. 3: To be despised by one's friends seems also a greater indignity. Consequently, if they despise us by hurting or by failing to help, we are angry with them for the same reason for which we are angry with those who are beneath us. End of question 47. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 48 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 48. Of the effects of anger, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of anger, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether anger causes pleasure. Second, whether above all it causes heat in the heart. Third, whether above all it hinders the use of reason. Fourth, whether it causes taciturnity. First article, whether anger causes pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that anger does not cause pleasure, because sorrow excludes pleasure. But anger is never without sorrow, since, as stated in Ethic. 7:6, everyone that acts from anger acts with pain. Therefore, anger does not cause pleasure. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 4:5 that vengeance makes anger to cease because it substitutes pleasure for pain. Whence we may gather that the angry man derives pleasure from vengeance, and that vengeance quells his anger. Therefore, on the advent of pleasure, anger departs, and consequently, anger is not an effect united with pleasure. Objection 3. Further, no effect hinders its cause, since it is conformed to its cause. But pleasure hinders anger, as stated in Rhetoric 2:3. Therefore, pleasure is not an effect of anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethic. 4:5, quotes the saying that anger is "sweet to the soul as honey to the taste," quoting from the Iliad, Book 18, paragraph 109, in the Pope translation. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:14, pleasures, chiefly sensible and bodily pleasures, are remedies against sorrow, and therefore the greater the sorrow or anxiety, the more sensible are we to the pleasure which heals it, as is evident in the case of thirst, which increases the pleasure of drink. Now it is clear from what has been said in question 47, articles 1 and 3, that the movement of anger arises from a wrong done that causes sorrow, for which sorrow vengeance is sought as a remedy. Consequently, as soon as vengeance is present, pleasure ensues, and so much the greater according as the sorrow was greater. Therefore, if vengeance be really present, perfect pleasure ensues, entirely excluding sorrow, so that the movement of anger ceases. But before vengeance is really present, it becomes present to the angry man in 2 ways. In one way, by hope, because none is angry except he hopes for vengeance, as stated above in question 46, article 1. In another way, by thinking of it continually, for to everyone that desires a thing it is pleasant to dwell on the thought of what he desires. Wherefore the imaginings of dreams are pleasant. Accordingly, an angry man takes pleasure in thinking about vengeance. This pleasure, however, is not perfect, so as to banish sorrow and consequently anger. Reply to Obj. 1. The angry man does not grieve and rejoice at the same thing. He grieves for the wrong done, while he takes pleasure in the thought and hope of vengeance. Consequently, sorrow is to anger as its beginning, while pleasure is the effect or terminus of anger. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument holds in regard to pleasure caused by the real presence of vengeance, which banishes anger altogether. Reply to Obj. 3. Pleasure that precedes hinders sorrow from ensuing, and consequently is a hindrance to anger. But pleasure felt in taking vengeance follows from anger. Second article, whether anger above all causes fervor in the heart. Objection 1. It would seem that heat is not above all the effect of anger. For fervor, as stated above in question 28, Article 5, and in question 37, Article 2, belongs to love. But love, as above stated, is the beginning and cause of all the passions. Since then the cause is more powerful than its effect, it seems that anger is not the chief cause of fervor. Objection 2. Further, those things which of themselves arouse fervor increase as time goes on. Thus love grows stronger the longer it lasts. But in course of time, anger grows weaker, for the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3 that time puts an end to anger. Therefore, fervor is not the proper effect of anger. Objection 3. Further, fervor added to fervor produces greater fervor. But the addition of a greater anger banishes already existing anger, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3. Therefore, anger does not cause fervor. On the contrary, Damascene says in On the True Faith 2:16 that anger is fervor of the blood around the heart, resulting from an exhalation of the bile. I answer that, as stated above in question 44, Article 1, the bodily transmutation that occurs in the passions of the soul is proportionate to the movement of the appetite. Now it is evident that every appetite, even the natural appetite, tends with greater force to repel that which is contrary to it, if it be present. Hence, when we see that hot water freezes harder, as though the cold acted with greater force on the hot object. Since then the appetitive movement of anger is caused by some injury inflicted, as by a contrary that is present, it follows that the appetite tends with great force to repel the injury by the desire of vengeance, and hence ensues great vehemence and impetuosity in the movement of anger. And because the movement of anger is not one of recoil, which corresponds to the action of cold, but one of prosecution, which corresponds to the action of heat, the result is that the movement of anger produces fervor of the blood and vital spirits around the heart, which is the instrument of the soul's passions. And hence it is that, on account of the heart being so disturbed by anger, those chiefly who are angry betray signs thereof in their outer members. For, as Gregory says in his Morals 5:30, "The heart that is inflamed with the stings of its own anger beats quick, the body trembles, the tongue stammers, the countenance takes fire, the eyes grow fierce, they that are well known are not recognized. With the mouth indeed he shapes a sound, but the understanding knows not what it says." Reply to Objection 1. Love itself is not felt so keenly as in the absence of the beloved, as Augustine observes in On the Trinity 10:12. Consequently, when a man suffers from a hurt done to the excellence that he loves, he feels his love thereof the more, the result being that his heart is moved with greater heat to remove the hindrance to the object of his love, so that anger increases the fervor of love and makes it to be felt more. Nevertheless, the fervor arising from heat differs according as it is to be referred to love or to anger. Because the fervor of love has a certain sweetness and gentleness, for it tends to the good that one loves. Whence it is likened to the warmth of the air and of the blood. For this reason, sanguine temperaments are more inclined to love, and hence the saying that love springs from the liver, because of the blood being formed there. On the other hand, the fervor of anger has a certain bitterness with a tendency to destroy, for it seeks to be avenged on the contrary evil. Whence it is likened to the heat of fire and of the bile, and for this reason Damascene says (On the True Faith 2:16) that it results from an exhalation of the bile, whence it takes its name chole. Reply Obj. 2: Time, of necessity, weakens all those things, the causes of which are impaired by time. Now it is evident that memory is weakened by time, for things which happened long ago easily slip from our memory. But anger is caused by the memory of a wrong done. Consequently, the cause of anger is impaired little by little as time goes on, until at length it vanishes altogether. Moreover, a wrong seems greater when it is first felt, and our estimate thereof is gradually lessened the further the sense of present wrong recedes into the past. The same applies to love, so long as the cause of love is in the memory alone. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 8:5 that if a friend's absence lasts long, it seems to make men forget their friendship. But in the presence of a friend, the cause of friendship is continually being multiplied by time, wherefore the friendship increases, and the same would apply to anger, were its cause continually multiplied. Nevertheless, the very fact that anger soon spends itself proves the strength of its fervor, for as a great fire is soon spent, having burnt up all the fuel, so too anger, by reason of its vehemence, soon dies away. Reply Obj. 3: Every power that is divided in itself is weakened. Consequently, if a man being already angry with one becomes angry with another, by this very fact his anger with the former is weakened. Especially is this so if his anger in the second case be greater, because the wrong done which aroused his former anger will, in comparison with the second wrong, which is reckoned greater, seem to be of little or no account. Third article: Whether anger above all hinders the use of reason? Objection 1: It would seem that anger does not hinder the use of reason. Because that which presupposes an act of reason does not seem to hinder the use of reason. But anger listens to reason, as stated in Ethic. 7:6. Therefore anger does not hinder reason. Objection 2: Further, the more reason is hindered, the less does a man show his thoughts. But the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:6 that "an angry man is not cunning but is open." Therefore anger does not seem to hinder the use of reason as desire does. For desire is cunning, as he also states in Ethic. 7:6. Obj. 3: Further, the judgment of reason becomes more evident by juxtaposition of the contrary, because contraries stand out more clearly when placed beside one another. But this also increases anger, for the Philosopher says in Rhetoric. ii, 2 that "men are more angry if they receive unwonted treatment, for instance, honorable men if they be dishonored," and so forth. Therefore the same cause increases anger, and facilitates the judgment of reason. Therefore anger does not hinder the judgment of reason. On the contrary, Gregory says in his Morals 5:30 that anger withdraws the light of understanding, while by agitating it troubles the mind. I answer that, although the mind or reason makes no use of a bodily organ in its proper act, yet since it needs certain sensitive powers for the execution of its act, the acts of which powers are hindered when the body is disturbed, it follows of necessity that any disturbance in the body hinders even the judgment of reason, as is clear in the case of drunkenness or sleep. Now it has been stated in Article 2 that anger, above all, causes a bodily disturbance in the region of the heart, so much as to affect even the outward members. Consequently, of all the passions, anger is the most manifest obstacle to the judgment of reason, according to Psalm 30:10. "My eye is troubled with wrath." Reply to Obj. 1: The beginning of anger is in the reason, as regards the appetitive movement, which is the formal element of anger. But the passion of anger forestalls the perfect judgment of reason, as though it listened but imperfectly to reason, on account of the commotion of the heat urging it to instant action, which commotion is the material element of anger. In this respect it hinders the judgment of reason. Reply to Obj. 2: An angry man is said to be open, not because it is clear to him what he ought to do, but because he acts openly, without thought of hiding himself. This is due partly to the reason being hindered, so as not to discern what should be hidden and what done openly, nor to devise the means of hiding, and partly to the dilatation of the heart which pertains to magnanimity, which is an effect of anger. Wherefore the Philosopher says of the magnanimous man (Ethic. iv, 3) that "he is open in his hatreds and his friendships, and speaks and acts openly." Desire, on the other hand, is said to lie low and to be cunning, because in many cases the pleasurable things that are desired savor of shame and voluptuousness, wherein man wishes not to be seen. But in those things that savor of manliness and excellence, such as matters of vengeance, man seeks to be in the open. Reply to Obj. 3: As stated above in the first reply, the movement of anger begins in the reason, wherefore the juxtaposition of one contrary with another facilitates the judgment of reason, on the same grounds as it increases anger. For when a man who is possessed of honor or wealth suffers a loss therein, the loss seems all the greater, both on account of the contrast and because it was unforeseen. Consequently, it causes greater grief, just as a great good, through being received unexpectedly, causes greater delight. And in proportion to the increase of the grief that precedes, anger is increased also. Fourth article: Whether anger above all causes taciturnity? Objection 1: It would seem that anger does not cause taciturnity. Because taciturnity is opposed to speech. But increase in anger conduces to speech, as is evident from the degrees of anger laid down by our Lord in Matthew 5:22, where He says, "Whosoever is angry with his brother," and "whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca," and "whoever shall say to his brother, Thou fool." Therefore anger does not cause taciturnity. Obj. 2: Further, through failing to obey reason, man sometimes breaks out into unbecoming words. Hence it is written in Proverbs 25:28, "As a city that lieth open, and is not compassed with walls, so is a man that cannot refrain his own spirit in speaking. But anger, above all, hinders the judgment of reason, as stated above in Article 3. Consequently, above all, it makes one break out into unbecoming words. Therefore, it does not cause taciturnity. Obj. 3: Further, it is written in Matthew 12:34, "Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh." But anger, above all, causes a disturbance in the heart, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore, above all, it conduces to speech. Therefore, it does not cause taciturnity. On the contrary, Gregory says (Moral. v:30) that "when anger does not vent itself outwardly by the lips, inwardly it burns the more fiercely." I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, as well as in Question 46, Article 4, anger both follows an act of reason and hinders the reason, and in both respects it may cause taciturnity. On the part of the reason, when the judgment of the reason prevails so far that although it does not curb the appetite in its inordinate desire for vengeance, yet it curbs the tongue from unbridled speech. Wherefore Gregory says (Moral. v:30), "Sometimes, when the mind is disturbed, anger, as if in judgment, commands silence." On the part of the impediment to reason, because, as stated above in Article 2, the disturbance of anger reaches to the outward members, and chiefly to those members which reflect more distinctly the emotions of the heart, such as the eyes, face, and tongue. Wherefore, as observed above in Article 2, "the tongue stammers, the countenance takes fire, the eyes grow fierce." Consequently, anger may cause such a disturbance that the tongue is altogether deprived of speech, and taciturnity is the result. Reply Obj. 1: Anger sometimes goes so far as to hinder the reason from curbing the tongue, but sometimes it goes yet farther, so as to paralyze the tongue and other outward members. And this suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: The disturbance of the heart may sometimes superabound to the extent that the movements of the outward members are hindered by the inordinate movement of the heart. Thence ensue taciturnity and immobility of the outward members, and sometimes even death. If, however, the disturbance be not so great, then "out of the abundance of the heart," thus disturbed, the mouth proceeds to speak. End of question 48. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. End of Treatise on the Passions.